Hello and welcome to Thursday's action of the Online Darts Live League. I am Paul the Asset Nicholson and this is now Group C. So we have 6 players for you today. All will play 5 matches and all the way through to around 2 o'clock local time we will find out who at the halfway point will be leading this Group C table. So let's get cracking with Stephen Burton and Mike Warburton for Thursday morning. You could say it's a couple of Burtons. A Stephen Burton and a Mike Warburton. But Stephen joins us on Thursday. And you'd have to say that he's feeling pretty confident at the minute. He's just had the biggest win of his career in the last fortnight. We'll talk a little bit more about that in due course. But Mike is back for a third consecutive day.
First leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
And Mike's score total from Group A is now reset. And he's now on 0 points with everybody as we start Group C with a maximum. Let's talk a little bit about what Mike has done this week so far. On Tuesday in the first day of Group A, he averaged 88.83.
100.
He finished in 3rd position in the table that day, but unfortunately for him, he came down to 5th position
24.
yesterday overall. But in the Group A table, he finished in 4th. Now, it's a bit of a symbol as to how well he played without success.
140.
That in Group A, he was 89.73 on the average. And wound up in 4th position.
83.
Just to give you an indication of how averages can lie to you sometimes. Gary Robson finished in 3rd with an average in the group of 6 points less than him.
60.
He managed to get 5 wins. So he was 50-50 for Group A. 5 wins and 5 losses.
60.
But the thing that's different between this group and Group A is that 2 people go through this group, not just the one from the previous try. So it should be maybe a little bit easier.
139. Stephen, you require 154.
Possible. Hello.
Games
Hello.
on the first leg.
154 out, a 180 in that first leg. And a first leg win for Burton, which produces quality in abundance.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
We have seen a bit of Stephen Burton before. He's played 58 games here previously. He's won 32 of them for a win percentage of 55.17%. A high average of 104.48. And that tells us
140.
that we can expect quality from him. And maybe more than ever before. Because a little over a week and a bit ago, he banked a win against Michael van Gerwen as an alternate at a Pro Tour event in Barnsley. If that doesn't give you confidence, I'm not sure what will.
140.
The stats look good on my screen, but we're only 1 leg in, so we're not going to talk about them just yet.
100.
But this is our first look at Stephen Burton for the Live League season. And if his first dart is anything to go by, it's going to give us quality and abundance all the way through this session. He's causing so many problems for Warburton. He's on for a break of throw in possibly 11 darts in leg 2.
137. Stephen, you require 41.
Tops it is.
Game
And
shot
you
the
kind of
second
knew
leg.
that he was
Stephen
going to hit that
Burton.
because the single one was so central. And he's just playing superbly well. 2-0 up, and Warburton's in trouble already.
Third leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
People will be taking note of this, believe me. The others in the practice room who
60.
include Diogo Portela, who had a free hit yesterday. Darryl Pilgrim joins us. Kevin Painter is back, and we're also joined by Usher.
140.
We've got some quick players in this group. As you can see, Burton is very swift, but Usher is quicker still.
100.
Judging by what we saw from Group A yesterday, where Martin Adams scraped through the group by virtue
100.
of Robert Owen's last game loss to Diogo Portela, maybe 14 points will get you through this group. 5 games today, 5 games tomorrow. If in doubt, win 18 points because that will get you through.
43.
Or you could just win 20. Because 20 points and it's not even up for debate.
134.
He makes those switches so quick. He's got a very fast darting brain, has Stephen Burton. Nicknamed Bertie.
58.
So he comes from the same
Stephen,
nickname school as
110.
the Walshies, the Chizzies. He's looking for another highlight here. 110.
90. Mike require 160.
So far in this game, Warburton is getting shots at 161s and 160s. He's already had one this week.
100.
Doesn't bank a second.
Stephen, you require 20.
Stephen Burton is finding the middle of the bed.
Burton.
He's finding the bottom of the bed when it comes to double 10. He's just finding the right segments right now. And at 3-0 up, he's got Warburton on toast.
Fourth leg, it's Mike to throw first.
That's one of those crazy darting sayings that I've never really understood. Usually
100.
hear that saying from someone when they've lost and they were in a commanding position. Oh, I had him on toast. Or I had her on toast.
86.
And I just didn't finish it off. I've no idea where that started. If anybody does know, please feel free to get in touch. And of course you can get in touch today at Darts Live League. We had some lovely tweets yesterday from people
60.
around the world. From Australia, Hong Kong, all over the UK. Don't be afraid to tweet us.
85.
I'm not going to talk about the stats yet. I don't want to jinx it. I want us to get some really big averages today.
60.
But Warburton has not played poorly in this game and he hasn't had a shot at a double. A little bit of a change in equipment here for
60.
Stephen. I haven't seen him use these moulded flights before. They're definitely working. He has always been someone to use a black stem and a black flight. And that's usually the case for the player who doesn't want to see the dart in the board. We get a first maximum of the match for Mike.
100.
We've already had 2 from Stephen.
Mike require 101.
My advice is to hit this, Mike, because I would not be shocked to see Stephen take the 170.
69.
First dart at a double.
Stephen, you require 170.
And the 170 is not going to go.
96.
Mike has been really good
32.
in this corner of the board the last couple of days.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
he is once
leg.
again.
Mike Warburton.
So 1 down and 3 to go for Mike. It's a really tough ask against someone who is averaging in 3 figures, but it's not out of the question.
Fifth leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
The reason I say that is because Mike is averaging in 3 figures too. That's the dart. That
100.
first dart, that's what Mike does not want to see. Because usually Burton is really good at grouping these darts together. I had a little throw on the board this morning just to see what it's like for the players. To get a feel for the room. It is a lovely throw. I have to say that.
134.
Well, not I have to say that because somebody has told me to say it. I have to say that because it is a good throw. It's like a home from home for some of these players. They played so much in the way of darts in this room last year. One of them being Mike Warburton, who's played now 175 matches and has now got 102 wins for a very healthy win percentage of 58.29%. High quality leg from both players. 9 darts thrown and into 120 plus range. But this is to finish the match.
43.
Bit of a stumble. So Warburton should be buoyed by the fact that he's getting a look at this. That doesn't help. 106 cannot be completed in 2 darts.
89.
Decides to lead double 16, so obviously
Stephen, you require 84.
He's favouring that shot this week. Single 14 leaves the bull for the match.
Game,
and I'm not surprised to see Stephen Burton put in that 15 darter to finish the job, because he looks like he's got a bus to catch. He's bustling around the room, but this really was an excellent first performance, a sign that he really has got some confidence. Look at that. Warburton has lost with 104. That is just the tail of the tape this week for him, averaging well and not picking up certain victories. But 101.29 for Stephen, 80% on the doubles, and that 154 in the first leg. A highlight reel of a match to start us off. Second up today, we're going to look at Diogo Portela, and he's up against Graham Usher, who we get our first look at this week. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. A really interesting profile picture there of Graham Usher. It's almost like he was stepping into the bath and it was way too cold. But he'll be hoping he's as hot as Stephen Burton was in the first game of today's play, because Stephen really was good. So over to you, Graham. Your first game up against Diogo Portela. He's back, the lefty from the northeast of England. He's quick. In fact, he's even quicker than Stephen Burton. So the 33-year-old Brazilian who currently resides in Cambridgeshire is back for another try, and his confidence will be a little bit better than maybe it was this time yesterday, because he's up against the lovable lad from Scarborough. I wonder if he brought any fish and chips with him.
First leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
You do get some incredible fish and chips in Scarborough. But the confidence of Diogo should be good today. Yesterday, he was filling in for Jason Hogg, who was unable to play. So, he had a free hit. In that free hit,
97.
he only picked up the one win. But that one win at the end of the day had a massive effect on Group A. He had 3 maximums, 2 of them in the very last leg of the contest, where he was on for a 9-darter.
55.
He ended up getting the 7th treble 20, but missed the treble 19. But the 97.29 average that he had
100
was a personal best in the live league. So many congratulations to Diogo for that. In fact, it was a personal best in this room, because I'm pretty sure he had a better one the previous year when he was playing from his own house.
41.
But the stats were good from that game. The 4-2 win over Robert Owen ensured that Martin Adams went through the group and not Robert.
180.
But Usher, who really is fast and very good, will have an effect possibly on the rhythm of Diogo. And he's got to play his own pace. It's easy to get swept up in a fast game.
52. Graham, you require 124.
Go whichever way he wants here. Single 16. Leaves
84.
tops. Plays the game in fast forward. Does the gambler. One of 2 gamblers within the game. What is it these days about dart players sharing nicknames?
31.
There's only one Brazilian, we know that.
40.
Double 10.
Game
And Usher takes the first game in this first of 4-leg match by 15 darts. That's really, really good from the lefty. He does everything so quick, it's hard to keep up.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
He does, of course, share his nickname with Danny Baggish. That does lead me to today's coverage, in fact, because if you are choosing to have a little bit of a gamble
45.
on some of these outcomes, just remember, please gamble responsibly. It's for over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information. And that goes out to all of our viewers on YouTube and via the streaming services of your favourite bookmaker. You might think that the flights of Graham Usher look quite old, and they've had a bit of action. It's just the design. They're the flight equivalent of having a pair of distressed jeans. Let's talk about Graham for a second. Maybe I should talk at the very start of a leg, because it doesn't take him long to complete one.
99.
He's played 36 games here previously in 2021. He won 22 of them for a win percentage of 61.11%, which is very good. Personal best average of 109.10. So we get our first Brazilian 180. A running average of 87.43.
60. Diogo, you require 102.
That all makes for very good reading. The most surprising one for me is that Usher has got a personal best
70.
finish in this room of only 124. I think over the next couple of days that's going to change.
$84.
Doesn't leave a finish with that
Diogo,
single
you
7.
require 32.
So Diogo's response to that 15 darter from Graham Usher has been really good. Getting closer.
Game shot on the
And the
second
response
leg.
is
Diogo
exactly the
Portela.
same. It's 15 darts. 5 visits for Diogo, and he doesn't have to wait too long for his first leg on Thursday morning.
Third leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
Came in a little bit cold yesterday, Portela, because he lost his first game 4-0 against Gary Robson.
136.
But he was saying to me yesterday afternoon that he wasn't able to practice much ever since he came through a Riley's qualifier for the UK Open.
51.
His wife had to go to work and he had to be a father. Some things just get in the way. Life happens.
48.
As for Portela's efforts up until this first match of the day,
100.
he's played 1 fewer match in this room than Graham, 35. But he's won 12 less than Graham. He's won 10 matches. And his win percentage is just a shade under 29%.
58.
But that's all about what's happened before. That is a guide as to how comfortable they have been in the room previously.
140.
But things can change. The running average for Diogo, 83.39. But like I said, he had a much more polished
47.
performance in game number 5 for him yesterday. And that's the kind of thing you've got to do more often under these lights.
60.
Graham's struggling to find the range on the treble 20 since that first leg. That's the dart right there that Diogo can attack.
100.
And he walks away from that visit
Graham, you require
disappointed.
150. 84.
Graham is very, very disappointed with that third
Diogo,
dart.
you
I don't
require
blame him.
112.
I was looking at the treble 18. He's never struck me as a player who wears his heart on his sleeve like we've just seen, but maybe he just really wants it
23.
this week. We'll talk about the format
Graham, you
for the
require
rest of the week
66.
in the next leg. Double 16.
50.
So Portela can keep a hold of his throw
Diogo,
here.
you require
If he can
89.
find 89, he might need the bullseye himself at the very end. Oh no. That will make him
31.
feel very cheesed off.
Graham, you require 16.
Usher for double 4.
No
And he's
score.
bust it. So Diogo's dodged one.
Diogo, you require 58.
Big portion of the 18 here. Just like that's a beautiful dart. And that's a good
Game
tops.
shot on the third leg.
He has
Diogo
stolen that
Portela.
leg. I think he would agree that maybe he didn't deserve it. But Usher did have chances to go 2-1 up. And now he's got to get level.
Fourth leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Okay, rest of the week. What's happening here? We do have 2 sessions today. We have Group B a little bit later on from
83.
10 p.m. That comes to you live on Sporty Stuff TV in the UK. And internationally, you can watch it via YouTube. But later on today, we have a very
100.
interesting looking Group B. Scott Williams, the #1 ranked player on the Challenge Tour, will join us. Robert Owen will be playing, even though he doesn't want to. He'd much rather have beaten Diogo yesterday and be in the finals already. But he has to come back and try to get through that group now. Gary Robson will return, and we will see once again Sean Griffiths and Paul Hogan at this hockey as they make their first bow of 2022.
131.
Martin Adams is already in the finals, so we'll see him on Saturday night. think Graham is just giving himself a bit of a maths lesson.
42.
He's wondering why I've left 159, but it hasn't hurt you, Graham. Not yet, anyway.
40.
Oh, he's going to hate that because dart players hate leaving 119. They hate leaving 159. 99. Anything with a 9 at the end is horrible. Dart players don't like odd numbers.
Graham, you require 119.
Most of them don't like to leave the volume on their car stereos or their TVs on an odd number. It's really
55.
weird. I think it's called something
Diogo, you require
like
142.
triskaidekaphobia. He's going to stay there. Tell you what, that was in the 60th, the other one wasn't.
90. Graham, you require 64.
Last 6 darts have not been his best. Let's see how these 3 go.
48.
Diogo with a freebie once again.
Diogo, you require 52.
Double 16 for a 3-1 lead. Two 8s.
36.
Usher can't believe he's coming back.
Graham, you require
He thought that
60.
leg was gone. He thought he was going to have to win 3 straight to win this 2 points.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Now it's just
Graham
2
Usher.
out of the next 3. So the scenario is a little bit easier now for Usher. I don't think either player will be happy with the way they're playing, but let's have a best of 3 from here, shall we?
5th leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
2 players will progress from this group. 3 players from tonight's group to add to Martin Adams on Saturday night. And that will make up our Saturday night
44.
finals. At that point, we will split them in 2. We'll have a group 1 and a group 2. Round robin in group 1, round robin
81.
in group 2. Then we'll have a semi-finals and final, and whoever wins gets £2,000. You do get a little bonus just for making Saturday night, but if you're in the top 3 of Saturday night, you will come back for Champions Week.
81.
And we already have plenty of people qualified for Champions Week. Josh Payne won week 1. Mike Gillett won week 2.
58.
And they will be joined by Chaz Barstow. Andy Jenkins, those 2 came through week 1. Scott Baker and Thibaut Tricol came through week 2. I'd leave that one alone.
140.
That second dart was a bit wobbly. The only player that we haven't seen today, that we haven't seen the rest of the week, is Darryl Pilgrim. Almost looks like the younger brother of Niall Cullerton. There's a rather large beard on Darryl. You can't miss him.
$56.
I don't think Graham's going to be happy with this performance.
102.
The average is in the mid-70s, which is played into Diogo's hands, who can easily leave double top now,
62.
and just about does. It's been a somewhat mystifying game, because the first leg you thought
94.
Graham was hitting the ground running, but after that,
Diogo,
nothing seems to have worked
40.
that well. Tops for Diogo.
Game
He
shot
does
on the
find
fifth
leg number
Diogo
5, so he's
Portela.
going to have 2 cracks at getting his first 2 points of this group. And it would be an exact opposite scenario to what happened yesterday, where we only got 2 points with the last game.
6th leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Let's talk about what Diogo did
99.
overall yesterday. 5 games, 1 win, a running average of 86.47, which is very competent.
41.
And the fact that his 86.47 running average yesterday was the lowest
100.
just goes to show how well everybody else played in that group yesterday. Diogo got 7 180s, which is the same as Robert Owen, same as Kevin Painter, and only Martin Adams got more than that.
140.
And let's not forget that he finished the day with a 10 darter, which was the best
52.
leg of the week so far. We had 11 darters from Gary Robson, from Kevin Painter and Martin Adams. But Diogo's had the best leg of the week. I hate to say this.
95.
In fact, I don't hate to say this. I'm just going to put it out there. I hope that's not the best leg of the week. You know what I'm getting at.
100.
But if somebody does get a 9 darter this week, they don't get a bonus for it. However, if somebody hits a 9 darter during Champions Week, there is a £500 rolling prize.
96.
So if somebody
Graham,
doesn't
you
get a 9
require
darter during Champions
150.
Week in Phase 1 and they get it in Phase 2, it'll be worth £1,000.
78.
This is for the match.
Diogo, you require
A lot of people
129.
here like 57 for 2 double 18s. Now 60 bull is the only route left.
93.
I think
Graham,
you better hit this,
requires
Graham.
72.
Double top for him.
Game shot. on
Great
the sixth
shot.
Flag. Graham
Super
Usher.
shot at the brink, waiting for Diogo. Is double 18, and Usher comes up with a skin saver on double top. Really, really good indeed.
7th and final leg. It's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
One leg shootout then, to see who takes this contest.
$134. 100.
These guys have never met before at the Live League. But what we're starting to see now, with the Challenge Tour, with
81.
WDF events, with the Live League playing so many games weekly,
99.
if you've never met someone before, it's a surprise. They've been in the same arena plenty of times, but just haven't drawn each other. I walk into some professional
60.
venues and think, I've never played that person over there. And I've been in the same room as them for years.
56.
I've only ever played Rob Cross once in an exhibition. Never played him in a professional match. And yet, certain seasons you can't get rid of certain people. First 6 months of my
41.
career, I couldn't get rid of Mark Durbridge.
41.
I'm reliably informed that these two did play each other at Q School, though. That wasn't too long ago.
$96.
Tiny cushion now for Diogo. It really does depend on what Graham does here. Nice switch.
96.
But he's only in 3 dart range, whereas Diogo's
Diogo,
in
you
2 dart
require
range.
89.
Is it going to be 1 dart at the bull for the match? No. Double 5.
Game
Oh,
shot
right in the
and
middle.
match.
That's
Diogo
a back of the net
Portela.
shot there from Diogo, who manages to steal the first 2 points of his day. Graham has got an opportunity to respond in the next few games when he takes on Darryl Pilgrim in Game 6. But this one, a somewhat attritional affair as the averages are in the high 70s. But ultimately, it was Portela who comes out the victor with the 4-3 scoreline. Next, we got Kevin Painter coming back as his total from Group A is wiped, and he starts on 0, and he's up against Darryl Pilgrim in this first game of the day for him. Welcome back to Group C action here on Thursday, and without further ado, let's go down to the board for Kevin Painter against Darryl Pilgrim, their first game of today's action. Impeccable Painter is back, up against this man. That is a very 2022 look, isn't it? Bit hipstery, tattoos, bit of a beard, coiffured hair. Against the old school Painter, who was impeccable all the time, never a hair out of place. Shiny shoes, freshly pressed trousers.
Game on.
So it could, you say, be new school versus old school. But Darryl Pilgrim has been around a little while.
96.
Playing some good stuff. And he, like Usher and Burton, is quick. But most players these days coming through have got a bit of pace about them.
140.
In a funny sort of way, I actually think that playing Darryl and playing Graham Usher and playing Stephen Burton is going to help Kevin.
140.
Not the first time we've seen Darryl, of course. He was part of the Live League for a short period last year where he won 10, well, he played 10 games and won 7 of them for a 70% win percentage, which for a very short period in this room is extremely good.
134.
I did not expect him to go to the 60 there. I thought he was going to stay downstairs.
85. Darryl, you require 131.
I'd much rather have 132 than 131, I can tell you that. Doesn't really matter with Kevin on 237, he can do 99. What he wants.
99. 61.
Maybe Kevin using this first leg of the contest on Darryl's throat as a bit of a sighter. Those flights are in the way, so he's going to have to go to the right-hand side here.
No score.
No joy, but no pain either, with Painter north of 170. He'll be hoping he gets rid of it this time.
Darryl, you require 32.
You don't want to be constantly missing doubles.
Game shot
and he
on the
doesn't.
first leg.
Good stuff from Darryl Pilgrim. 16 darts is good enough to take that first leg. So a little bit of a warning sign there for Painter, as if to say, if you don't get cracking in this one, I'll roll you.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
This format is quick. And when you're playing quick players,
121.
You can be easily 2 or 3-0 down in a matter of 3 or 4 minutes. And so far, that first start of Darryl has been very good indeed. Here's something you probably don't know about Darryl Pilgrim. Do you remember when Fallon Sherrick had all of those things happen at Alexandra Palace the first time? When she beat Ted Evans. And she beat Mensa Sulevic. She lost to Chris Dobie, of course. In one of the best atmospheres I've ever seen at Ali Pali. Fallon went to Q School, and in her board final at Q School, the person to beat her was Darryl Pilgrim. That game drew a crowd, I can tell you.
100. Kevin,
they were in exactly the same position before Painter's first 180 of the day. But he has turned it on in leg 2.
41.
That third dart's going to get a real telling off in a second. Especially if Darryl finds himself in 2-dot range, which he's not going to.
40. Kevin, you require 99.
Go on, put a flick in it, Kevin. Double 16.
83.
He'll be back. Just like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Got the weight of the dart in this visit.
100.
But comes up with the ton just in case
Kevin
has trouble on
16.
double 8. So far this week his doubles have been pretty decent.
No score.
How has he not found double 8 there? Wow, that's cruel.
Darryl, you require 80.
So he left 80 just in case. This would hurt. Over the top.
40.
But not in. So far
Kevin,
this week,
require
Kevin has been 32.18% on his doubles. For me, he's got to raise that by at least 5 to 6% today.
Shot on the second
That's
leg.
a better
Kevin
shot.
Painter.
So just a little scare in leg 2 as he snatches that dart out of the board as if to say, you should have gone in the previous time. But all has gone the way of Painter
Third
in
leg,
leg 2.
it's Darryl to throw first.
As for Kevin's week,
44.
a running average of 88.73, which is pretty good. He's got tied with Robert Owen, the most 180s, 16 of them. But he has
41.
the best individual winning performance. I emphasize the winning because the best average of the week was Martin Adams by 5 points, but he lost to Kevin Painter in that classic from yesterday.
83.
Which I decided to re-watch when I went to my hotel yesterday, and yes, it was rather decent.
100.
4 visit legs for the last 4 legs. Incredible stuff. He's only had 1 ton plus out this week, Kevin. And it was a 158.
$81.
He'll be disappointed that he only picked up 8 points over the last couple of days.
140.
He'll be gunning for 8 points today alone. If he can do that today and tomorrow, I think that'll get him in the finals. But it's been a bit hit and miss so far. Scoring was good
100.
in leg 2, but in 1 and 3,
require
not
94.
so much. Great first start.
Shot on the third
And a great
leg.
conversion from Darryl Pilgrim. 14 darts. Good enough to take a 2-1 lead after 3 legs. So, it's all going with the throw so far. What can Kevin do on his
Fourth
throw?
leg, it's Kevin
leg
to
4.
throw first. Game on. $100.
I've talked with many colleagues of mine within the game about the ideal time to break a person's throw in certain
60.
formats. In best of 7 legs, you'd probably have to say the best time to break someone is the last leg.
96.
Because you know for a fact you've won. But from a game theory perspective, my opinion is this time is the best time to break for Darryl Pilgrim, because if he breaks,
140.
he's going to have multiple chances to serve it out. Well, I don't agree with that, unfortunately, for Kevin.
63.
305, you've got to get creative with that first start. Single 20 means you can't leave a finish. Single 18 or a 25 or even a 15 means you can still leave a finish.
140.
And if he doesn't get to a finish here, he's going to give Darryl Pilgrim a brilliant opportunity to take this one.
59.
Unfortunately, he's got 6 darts from 161, so
Darryl,
Painter
require
in a very defensive
161.
position.
64.
And that's what I call good tactics right there. Leaving the 2 darter by using the 25. You get under 101. Tiny bit exasperated at the start here, Kevin. Just trying to find that first dart to take the pressure off the rest of the
49.
visit.
Darryl, you require 97.
So he's had a 94 finish so far.
73.
Very handy. How much Kevin would cover.
Kevin, you require
getting his
134.
second ton plus finish of the week right here. That play I do agree with. The 54 would have left 80,
38.
giving him plenty of options.
Darryl, you require 24.
Double 12 turns into 12.
Game shot on the
Turns
fourth
into
leg.
0. So Darryl Pilgrim now 3-1 up on Kevin Painter. Not the ideal start for Kevin in this one, unfortunately. But Darryl now does have those multiple options of winning this one
Fifth
with
leg,
his own
it's
throw.
Darryl to throw first. $79.
I've often wondered some of the thoughts that go through Kevin's mind when he's in a game like this. The mind of a dart player. It's like being on a helter-skelter, trust me. You're always trying to keep the thoughts positive. Keep the negatives at bay. It's difficult. You got no help out there. You're on your own. It's like being in a boxing ring without the punches.
100.
Darryl from Croydon, which is just south of London, in the county of Surrey. Not really that far from where I live.
100.
It's about 45 minutes away. This is good stuff. And the average starts to climb for Darryl. 92.55 now. Steady on the doubles. Just under 40%. No maximums in the game so far, but
92.
I don't need maximums at the minute. I just need points. Although he could leave double one with one, but decides not to. That was the right play. As much as we all think about it, the possibility of leaving double one, it wasn't the right thing to do.
$81.
So for the match,
Darryl, you require 52.
This would be to join Stephen Burton at the top of the table with 2 points and +3 in leg difference.
20.
He'll be back. Painter on a bogey number. Cheeks puffed out. I think Kevin knows that the writing is on the wall in the first game of the day.
54. Darryl, you require 32.
Double 8 now. Just trying to find a little bit more space to the right of that dart.
24.
Doesn't find it. So Kevin can stay alive
Kevin,
here.
you require 150.
Options from 115. Maybe the 25 is calling. Something is ruffling his feathers. I don't know what it is. The 25 was the play.
43.
Single 3 maybe?
75.
Yeah. Good shot.
Darryl, you require 8.
He's missed 4 match darts so far. Madhouse.
Game,
He doesn't
shot,
miss
and
a
the
7th,
match.
so
Darryl
he does get over the
Pilgrim.
line in a somewhat squiffy affair to start things off, but there is plenty of time to fix that. Maybe it has to be done a little bit quicker for Kevin, but Darryl with an average of 85.99, does get the job done with 25% on the doubles. It is a grounding affair for Darryl. He has got his first 2 points, but Painter will have to go back to the practice room and then return to the hall just to try and get his first 2 points for something to build on for Thursday. We're going to go into round 2 next, and Mike Warburton's going to be up against Diogo Portela. Interesting time as we go into a game that we saw yesterday for the first time. It has been a funny old week so far where 2 high averages have lost matches. One was involving Mike Warburton, his first game of today, and he's up against Diogo Portela in match 2, so can he turn things around? All smiles at the start. But it would have been really interesting to get the thoughts of Mike Warburton after that first game, where he put in the second highest average of the week and lost to Stephen Burton. It's the second time this week that someone has averaged over 100 and lost. And the 2 biggest averages of the week are both losing averages. Boy, this is a weird game sometimes. On the flip side, the Brazilian averaged 78.67 and won. So there you have the difference of 26 in an average.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
But one man got points and the other one didn't. Mike will be hoping that he can turn things around. He was my favourite to come through this group this morning.
60.
Because he just has that quality, that fighting quality that always seems to get the job done in getting to Saturday night. So take the positives from that first game. He played well. But Stephen Burton just
43.
had the darts and was able to use them a bit more effectively timing-wise. Change of flights
60.
today for Mike as well. He's gone for the dark versions of his monogrammed moulded flights. Bit more stealth-like. I like them. Diogo with a 180, really good. That's his second of the day. And technically, I'm going to say this because I know Diogo watches his matches back.
140.
He has made a huge improvement over the last 12 months, in my opinion, when drawing the dart back towards his jawline, he keeps everything in a straight line better than he used to.
121.
He used to have this habit of laying the dart off towards his right shoulder. He's almost eliminated that now. And by doing that, his drawback is shorter.
55. Diogo,
I don't think his throw has ever looked better. He'll be hoping that his results get better and better. Not just here at the Live League, but of course at the UK Open, where he will be going in a couple of weeks. It's going to stay on the 60. I think it's the right play.
100.
But the two darter is left by Diogo
64.
after 12. Owed partly to that 180 he has hit in this first leg. And he has taken the first leg in 15
Diogo
darts.
Portela.
So Warburton's getting no luck so far because his opponents are finding 180s and two dart combinations in beating him in legs so far today.
Second leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
That single 5 is probably the dart that happens to him more
45.
often than not. When he doesn't want it to. By laying the dart off towards your shoulder, on occasion, you tend to drag the dart to the left. Some players' darts journeys
45.
start with a bang, and then they just continue to snowball after that. Think about someone like Leighton Bennett, for instance, a very good young player who won, I believe it was the Cambridge Open at the age of 12.
95.
All of a sudden, a lot was made of him. A lot of pressure was put on him. But on the flip side, you look at someone like Diogo, who started his darting journey on a game show
140.
and then decided, as things got a little bit better and a little bit better when he was living in London, to chase his dreams of being a pro dart player.
180.
He is improving incrementally, in my opinion, every single year. It doesn't happen with a bang to everyone. Some people have to work at it year on year on year. And it's the same for Warburton. He's won ranking titles. He's been to the semi-final of the World Masters. But his biggest moment hasn't happened yet.
60.
That's the most positive thing I can say about any player. That the biggest moment in their career has not happened yet. It will be really typical of Warburton's day
127.
after he misses the single.
Diogo, you
If
require
Diogo finds this.
121.
One route left. Route not taken. So
97.
Warburton really does have himself to blame, unfortunately,
49.
for not having 3 darts at a double here. But he does have 2.
Game
And
shot
only
the
needs the
second
1.
leg. My Warburton.
If you were going to take a photograph of double 16 and you were going to frame it, probably that shot will do the trick. That was a gorgeous 32
Third
bed
leg,
shot.
it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Once again, Warburton involved in a match with good averages so far. 2 legs in. They're both in the mid-90s.
140.
He can maintain this all day. That's for sure. I think we've seen B-game Mike Warburton over the last couple of days, and he has still averaged just under 90.
60.
That's how highly I rate him. He can easily average 95 for the day. I've seen him do it before. He doesn't hit a lot of maximums. What he does do
140.
is hit 140s and tons all day long.
$58.
His 180 statistics for the week actually tell the story. He's got the same amount of maximums as Gary Robson. And there's only 6.
41.
In fact, over the course of 2 days, Tuesday and Wednesday, Warburton had 6 180s, and over the course of yesterday alone, Diogo had 7. So that proves my point about the 180s. But Mike's average is better. He got more
60.
points than Diogo, so his in-between scoring is better than Diogo's is. That first dart really is being found now. This has got to be a maximum.
180. Mike
when he clicks,
120.
he really is very good. Great lie for the 60. For tops.
80. Diogo, you require 63.
This match could change if Diogo finds 63. Warburton's holding his breath. Double 16.
31.
He can breathe out now.
Mike, you require 40.
Good standard game, which is hovering around the 16 dart per leg kind of average.
Shot on the third leg.
But 17
Mike
darts
Warburton.
is enough in that one for Warburton, who had to dodge a bullet from Diogo, who almost took it away from him. But it is 2-1 to the Welshman.
Fourth leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
I get many a person within the game
60.
talking to me about how a Geordie like myself will pronounce certain people's names, and I've worked with a certain Richard Ashdown in the past, and he likes when I go full on Northumbrian.
140.
Senor Portela's first name. So I'll do it just the once. Diogo. It brings a smile to his face, and if it does, that's all good.
121.
I am very sure that if Sid Waddell was still here, he would love to commentate on Diogo Portela. He would dig up factoids about Brazil and all sorts of other things
60.
about philosophy and history and things like that. He's still the only commentator that brought up Greek philosophy or mythology
80.
so much. Incredible. We are but a fleck of dust compared to Sid, who is greatly missed.
100.
There's more evidence of what Mike does. 9 darts in, the equivalent of 3 tons. He's mega steady.
$140.
But Diogo with that 140 gets into 2 dart range. He's unfortunate not to be 2-1 up himself. If he was,
60.
this would have been a great chance to get to within 1 leg of victory. But now,
Diogo, you require 100.
oh, look at that. Right in the middle. Trying to find the back of the net of tops.
80. Mike, you require 141.
This would change things. You have to leave the number here.
94.
He's trying to leave 36. Just to plant
Diogo,
that
you
seed of
require
doubt in the mind
20.
of Diogo. Clinging on to hope that it's 2-2.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And what I love
Diogo
about that
Portela.
shot is that he gave it some oomph. It was nowhere near the double 15. If he was going to miss it, he was going to miss it high, but he didn't miss it.
Fifth leg, it's Mike to throw first. $100.
That's a bumper day of darts today. You've got Live League up until about 2 o'clock this afternoon. All these guys playing 5 matches per day. Premier League darts tonight from Belfast.
100.
And on Sporty Stuff TV tonight, you've got Group B action. I'm really looking forward to seeing Scott Williams play tonight. I wonder if he's brought his asset socks with him.
60.
For me, he will go into tonight's group as the favourite. But maybe you should tune into Sporty Stuff TV a little bit early, around 8:15,
60.
because I will be on with the guys to talk about what the bookies have got to say about the favourites for the group, some of the results. We'll pick out a few little tidbits for you.
60.
It's been a very steady leg with a lot of straight shooting here. But the averages have been dragged down a little bit by maybe 3 or 4 points. Still a very competitive game, but it feels like this one's on a knife edge.
41.
Advantage Portela against the throw. If I was looking at the scoring screen right now, I'd be saying, come on.
57.
I've got to take this chance. Portela, who has won
140.
the Challenge Tour event before.
Diogo, you
Sure,
require
we'll be looking to win
150.
more in the future, but I'll tell you what, those Challenge Tours are really hard to come by these days. The quality of those fields is
65.
very deep, and the fields are big as well,
100.
especially when you've got to play 2 events in one day. Perfect for tops. Can he convert 100?
Shot on the fifth leg.
He does what
Mike
Diogo
Warburton.
could not do a little bit earlier, and I said that this game was on a knife edge. Sometimes you just have to cut your opponent in half with a shot like that.
Sixth leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on. $84.
Just done a bit of a check to see whether these guys have played each other outside of the Live League before. They have not.
$60.
That's not altogether uncommon. Sometimes it's nice to play someone for the first time, just to see what the complexities are of their game, what kind of pace they play at.
140.
I've been asked on many occasions as to whether there's a player that I've never played that I would just love to play once in my
140.
peak days. I would have loved to have played Jockey Wilson, I'm not going to lie. That would have been fun. But these two have played each other yesterday, of course, because they were both involved in Group A.
57.
Warburton won by 4 legs to 3. It was game 5 yesterday, and
100.
I think they would say that it was a pretty dour affair yesterday. Mike just won with an 88.58 average. But this one has been better. The averages are 92 each.
140.
We might be going the distance once again, which is something we did plenty of yesterday. In fact, 8 of the 15 games went the distance. Warburton looking to make sure that we don't go the distance. And that's a great 177.
Diogo, you require 80.
Just when Diogo's thinking we're going the distance, Warburton plants the seed of doubt. Tops to take us to leg 7.
Game shot on the
splendid.
sixth leg. Diogo Portela.
Splendid shot. One of the best darts we've seen today, because it's not just about the execution, it's about the nerves and what's on the line.
7th and final leg. It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
If Diogo does win this leg against the darts, he'll go top of the table with 4 points.
$100.
Some players just love playing against certain opponents. I just get the feeling that these guys are working really hard for this. It's not a natural rhythm, this game, for them. I think Mike is just a tiny bit quicker. And he comes up with a maximum.
180.
That is his first of the match. Diogo's got 3 of them.
59.
And he might be on the end of defeat pretty soon. Doubles have been decent in this. 60% for Warburton. 33% for Diogo.
100.
And you fancy Diogo needs a 4th maximum just to get in this leg. So all that work on double top to convert
43.
that 80 checkout might be for
Mike
nothing.
require 121.
This really has been a great last leg. Treble 7, treble 15, 25. Door number 3, please.
Game,
and that is a 12 darter to finish things off.
Warburton.
Stupendous stuff from Warburton, who was put under huge pressure to hold his own throat in that last leg, and he comes up with a 12 darter. Stunning stuff from a very impressive player who's put in one of his best averages of the week, 98.53. He comes down by 6 from his previous game, but gets a win this time as opposed to defeat. Checkouts were excellent at 67% as well. We're going to get another look at Stephen Burton in match number 5 as he's up against Kevin Painter. That's coming next. Match number 5 of Thursday's action here. We'll see Kevin Painter come straight back to the hockey, where he has seen defeat in his first game of the day, but Stephen Burton will run back to the hockey based on the way he played in match number 1. maybe a few minutes just to reset the machine after that 4-1 defeat to Darryl Pilgrim. But Stephen Burton, who found 101.29 average in his first game of the day, is looking to continue his confident
First leg,
form.
it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
This again is a game that we've never seen at the Live League.
57.
And for the second game in a row, Kevin is playing against a player who is much quicker than him.
96.
I suppose it's debatable as to who's quicker, Stephen Burton or Graham Usher.
100.
But I firmly believe that if Kevin stays in the same sort of swift rhythm as his opponents, he'll think less and just let his natural talent flow.
100.
These guys have played each other away
58.
from the Live League on 3 occasions. And Kevin has won 2 of their encounters. In fact, they've played each other in 3 different event
60.
types. They've played on the European Tour, that time back in 2017 at the German Darts Championship. Kevin won by 6 legs to 5.
180.
As he banks his first maximum of this encounter. They've played in a Players' Championship the same season. That again was won by
57.
Kevin Painter.
Kevin, you require
But the most
106.
recent encounter was won by Stephen on the Challenge Tour in 2020. This is better stuff, isn't it?
66.
Almost a 15 dart start.
$100. Kevin, you require 40.
Double 10 now. Oh, that's the bad marker that he's trying to not have.
20.
That's why. Because of the way his darts
Stephen,
behave
you
in the air.
require
If it's just on the
88.
outside wire, a double 10, it can cost him. It's a real blocker. Does Burton find double 14?
60.
No.
Kevin, you require 20.
Open target at double 5.
Game shot
He
on
does
the
find
first
that
leg.
one.
Kevin
So first leg
Painter.
has gone his way in 20 darts. But he'll be counting his chickens a little bit that he didn't lose that one with Stephen missing 2 with double 14.
Second leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Let's talk a little bit about Stephen Burton's challenge tour season so far, because it's worth reading.
59.
A running average on the challenge tour over 23 matches of 91.62. In fact, there's only one player in all of the challenge tour rankings
140.
that is averaging more than him, and that's Lee Evans. Not the comedian, the dart player Lee Evans. He's had some great
60.
wins over the likes of Jason Hogg, Robert Owen, Franz Rurch, Rob Collins, Chris Gilliland.
140.
He's beaten Diogo Portela on the Challenge Tour this year. Wes Newton, Jared Cole. He's beaten a lot of people.
83.
And in fact, in the very last Challenge Tour event, he made the final, where he lost out narrowly to Jim McEwen.
95.
The fact that he is so highly ranked in the Challenge Tour rankings means that he
40.
does get invites
Kevin, you
to
require
certain
126.
Pro Tour events as an alternate. He could have actually gone to Wigan at the weekend, but he wasn't able to get there in time. So he had to say no.
85.
Things aren't going the same
99.
way
Kevin, you require
as they were
41.
in the first game. Kevin misses the big number to leave 27. You can see what he thinks about that. Down the ladder to double 8.
25. Stephen, you require 160.
You can see those scallops in those
100.
older looking darts that Stephen has. He's
Kevin, you require
got some trusty
60.
bits of tungsten there. Kevin's using a fairly new set here as he goes to double 2.
Game shot on the second
Nice
leg.
direct shot at
Kevin
double
Painter.
2. He is 2-0 up, but he is needing plenty of darts to get there. So if he can brush up on those doubles, this will be a more commanding performance.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Just looking at the challenge to our order of merit as it stands right now, Stephen Burton is 6th in the list, behind
81.
Lee Evans, Steve Haggerty, Stu Wilson, who we have seen plenty of here, Jim McEwen and Scott Williams, who will be here tonight.
100.
The person just below Stephen Burton in that order of merit is Matthew Edgar.
121.
He doesn't tweet much. I was very impressed with Matthew actually last week.
140.
Had a great debut here at the Live League and was very unfortunate not to make it through to Champions Week.
59.
I'm sure he'll be back. He'll play a lot of darts this year.
140.
Just when you forget about Matthew Edgar, he'll pop up on your screen via his YouTube channel or whether he gets an invite to a Pro Tour event. You always know where
24.
Matt Edgar is.
Stephen, you
We
require
know where Stephen
121.
He's on 121 after 9. Where is he after 12? Sitting
81.
on tops is your answer. It's actually quite a good segue because Matthew Edgar has been a practice partner of Kevin Payne for years now. He used to live in the same town of Daventry. Kevin has now moved to rugby.
Game shot on the third
This
leg.
one
Stephen Burton
has got Stephen Burton halving the deficit to 2-1 down now. So if he can find legs like that, he could easily find himself in front in a couple of legs' time.
Fourth leg, it's Stephen to throw first.
The reason I say that is because Stephen's average is a good 4 better than Kevin's.
93.
And if he lifts his level and Kevin does not, Kevin could easily find himself behind. That's why he's got to do more of this.
180.
Yesterday I was talking
81.
about Kevin's debut for England back in 1993. And now you should all try and find it on YouTube. I hope you were able to do that.
140.
I love watching those old international games.
100.
Not a big fan of the red trousers though. Never have been. Although it was really funny at the seniors very recently that Bob Anderson confirmed
37.
to me that he did once share trousers with Shane Burgess. And trust me when I say this, there's about a foot difference in height between those two. So that was a really interesting tailoring problem.
Kevin, you require 144.
I wonder if Kevin still got his red trousers. Even though
60.
they were on loan, per
Stephen,
se,
you
by the
require
BDO.
170.
I'm sure someone's kept a pair. 100% polyester, of course.
94. Kevin, you require 84.
This would restore the 2-leg gap. Double 11.
Game
I love
shot on
that.
the fourth leg.
That's aggressive
Kevin
stuff from
Painter.
Painter. You expect that kind of play from him. He's not going to go for the single 14. He's going to go for the aggressive try. This time it pays off with a beautifully executed double 11 at
Fifth
the
leg,
end.
it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
A player that still wants to play, but doesn't want to play every week in places like Barnsley and Wigan and Milton Keynes. He wants to play what he wants to.
140.
That's why he decided to announce his retirement from the PDC circuit at the beginning of last year. And now he's got the seniors to look forward to, because he's now been added to some senior major events, as per some of the news from yesterday on social media.
95.
Stephen got his first maximum at the start of this leg in this match.
81.
They don't live too far apart, these two. Suffolk and Warwickshire, the two counties that these guys live in.
191.
Kevin will always confirm that he's from Essex. He just lives in Warwickshire. But Stephen is from a county that boasts a fair bit of talent. Talent that has Peter Wright, of course, the world number 2 at the minute. Ryan Meikle, Andrew Gilding,
180.
and a second 180 in the leg.
$91.
Yeah, nice switch.
Stephen, you require 60.
So if Stephen does miss 60, Kevin could be in to win the match. Double 15.
45.
He's in. Now he's just got to find it.
Kevin, you require 80.
So far today, every game has been won by the person who threw first. Guess who threw first in this game? Kevin Painter.
60. Stephen, you require 15.
Single 7. Or 3.
Game
And
shot
double
the fifth
6 is
leg.
in.
Stephen
So it's a really
Burton.
good leg. A leg that he should always have won because he hit 2 180s in it. But he only just gets over the line and had to dodge a match start in the process.
Sixth leg. It's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
That's pretty simple then, Stephen. You just need 4 more maximums. 2 in this leg. There's one of them.
180.
2 in the next leg. And you'll be fine. And then you've got to spend the rest of the day in the practice
58.
room with Kevin, who you've really ticked off. See, that is another complexity of
180.
the practice room being so close to the playing arena. Well, I said he needed 2 180s in the leg.
134.
It's all well and good saying
Stephen,
it.
you require
Doing it is another thing.
141.
How about a 9? How about a 9? Well, he got 7 trebles. And he's left double 10 after 9.
121.
Great attempt,
60.
Stephen. Great
Stephen, you
attempt.
require 20.
Double 10. Awkward.
No score.
As soon as that dart just skewed vertical, it obscured that bed a little bit. And now we'll take a 15 darter or
40.
something similar.
Stephen, you
Just to
require
get this one in the
20.
bank.
Game
Double
shot
5
sixth
for the
leg.
15 darter then.
Stephen
So we are
Burton.
3-3 in this one. But the key thing is that Painter does have the darts in leg 7. Can he use them?
7th and final leg. It's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
4 maximums from Burton in the last 2 legs. Kevin's got 2 maximums.
140.
So 6 in the contest. And that's exactly what we got from Adams and Painter yesterday in that Live League Classic.
60.
That little yep. As soon as he hits that 60.
140.
Positive reinforcement in his own head. This is excellent from Kevin.
140.
It's really good from Burton as well. But judging by the way that Kevin is resisting here, I think Burton probably needed 2 180s in this
100.
leg. So far, 4 games have been completed.
134.
All 4 have been won by
Kevin,
the person who threw first in leg 1. Kevin Painter threw first in leg 1 as well. He's looking at the bullseye for the win.
96.
And that's his second match start missed.
Stephen, you require 167.
Pretty much the only dart he's missed all leg long. And he's going to get a look at the 25.
131.
But he has to hit it.
Kevin,
This game comes down to this. He's going to go for a wonder. Posturing from the man in many colours.
Game,
it's
shots,
a great leg. 14 darts gets it done. It was a superb contest where Burton put a spurt in to get those 4 180s that you can see in a 2-leg spell. But the average from Burton, which is almost 6 better than that of Painter, wasn't good enough in the end, as Painter does get his first 2 points of the day. So game on in Group C. Game on. We're going to look at Graham Usher up against Darryl Pilgrim, which will come to a close for round number 2 of the matches. And after that, we'll go into the middle portion of the day with a lot of people on the same points. To say this is a tight group is a bit of an understatement, and if Graham Usher does get his first win of the day here against Darryl Pilgrim, we will have 6 players all on 2 points after round 2. 48 years old from Scarborough in East Yorkshire, North Yorkshire, depending on how you look at it. Up against a man from the south.
First leg.
Will there be a divide between these two?
Game on.
Well, there has to be over the course of 7 legs. We don't have any draws here at the Live League. But as soon as patterns emerge,
140.
I'm the kind of person to spot them. Anybody who has thrown second
85.
has not won today. Pilgrim in his first game beating Kevin Painter, who was somewhat under par, but he really did recover well in that last game.
180.
We don't have to wait too long for our first maximum either, which comes from the man from Croydon.
99.
It's a very distinct look he's got going on here, isn't it? Wet look hair, that Bray Wyatt style beard.
105.
You'd probably say that Graham's a bit more clean cut,
Darryl, you require
a bit more
76.
conventional. when you think about 2022, this is conventional.
56. Graham,
Young men just love a big beard. Double top.
Game shot
Usher,
on the first
beautiful
leg.
for a
Graham
15-dart
Usher.
hold. But he did start his previous match in the same sort of way. When he was up against Diogo Portela a little bit earlier on.
Second leg, it's Darryl to throw first. Game on.
We did see a very good first leg from Graham, but after that it became a lot more difficult.
140.
I'm looking at the grip of Darryl Pilgrim as well. A lot of fingers on that dart. Let's have
45.
another look at it. Can't get a look at it for long.
100.
But it's very effective, isn't it? I always like to see a very
95.
natural hand. Not a great deal of crunching of the hand, that, you know, like a fist type thing, but that hand of Pilgrim is very crunched.
145.
But I'm not criticising him. I promise you I'm not. Because why would you criticise a player who's left 36 after 9 darts?
82. Darryl, you require 36.
Double 18. Double 9.
Game shot on the second
Very nice
leg.
conversion in
Darryl
12
Pilgrim.
darts. We could have had a 10 darter there. We could have had a 10 darter in the previous match with Stephen Burton. We get neither, but both players did win the leg.
Third leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
This is probably the quickest game of the day,
128.
with maybe the exception of them playing Stephen Burton. But here's the thing about this table, and indeed the format of the live league, because yesterday we went to the very last match of Group A to see who was going to come through it.
45.
So 30 matches, and we went to the very last one. I hasten to say we might have to go the same kind of distance today and tomorrow with Group C as well. Because no matter what happens in this game, all the players are going to be bunched up. Currently, we've got 5 players on 2 points and Usher on 0.
$134.
If you're wondering why Darryl Pilgrim is playing with a bit of red and a bit of blue
140.
on the
Darryl,
shirt and the
102.
flights, we'll get onto that in a second. Still possible. Bull.
57. Graham, you require 130.
Doesn't get the 60 to leave a shot at the bullseye.
47. Darryl, you require 45.
So this is a big chance for Darryl to get the breaker throw, to take command of this game, and that's exactly what he's done in 15 darts. The last couple of legs from Darryl have been really good, and the pattern of this game is following what Graham Usher had earlier. He won the first leg, but the next two he loses.
Darryl to throw first. Game on.
Yes, Darryl Pilgrim, I am reliably informed,
99.
is a fan of Crystal Palace. Now, does that automatically make him a Ted Lasso fan?
134.
If you don't know what I'm talking about, ignore me. But being from Croydon and a Palace fan, yeah, that kind of makes sense.
94.
In fact, they might even be Crystal Palace flights he's got in.
134.
Yeah, one of my friends who I play golf with is a Palace fan, and we do talk a little bit about football, but we never mention the name Alan Pardew.
57.
It's a bit of a swear word to Newcastle United fans these days.
131.
Pilgrim, who is at number 32 in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, He's got a bit of work to do in that list if he wants to get himself a little bit further up towards the top 2.
85. Graham, you require 102.
In no time at all, he's on double 16, and that's a
fourth
12 darter
leg.
from Usher.
Graham Usher.
Fast-paced stuff here. And when he gets it right, he makes this game look so simple.
5th leg, it's Graham to throw first.
A lot of people know something about me in that I love everything to match.
100.
So this whole thing of Darryl throwing one flight that is a different colour to the others is just driving me up the wall.
96.
He's got 2 darts with a red stem and red flight, and the other one's blue. I know why. I just couldn't do that.
180.
I'm more of a Graham Usher kind of guy. I like everything to be the same.
58.
This one is being played at warp speed.
140.
I just wonder if this is suiting Graham more than playing Portela, who was a lot slower. I'm inclined to agree with that statement.
140. Graham, you require 81.
Look how fast he is to the hockey. Double 6.
69.
He'll be back. Could have been a 12 darter followed by an 11 or another 12. The averages in this game are really good.
93.
Some games you just want to
Graham,
put your feet
require
up
12.
and enjoy them. And that's what I'm doing with this one. Not that I got my feet up.
No score.
How has that missed? He won't believe it.
Darryl, you require 114.
It'll be gut-wrenching if Pilgrim takes this. And he might.
Game
Oh
shot on the
boy,
fifth
that's
leg.
rude.
Darryl Pilgrim.
From Darryl Pilgrim, he's going to get a sneaky little kick out of doing that. Because that has changed the match in his favour.
6th leg, it's Darryl to throw first. Game on.
It's a break of throw. And his average is a good 9 less. In fact, 9 more. I'm looking at the wrong column here. And it's just improved even more.
180.
So at this stage, I probably have to mention that his personal best in any match he's played in this room is 100.93.
140.
He's beating that right now.
100.
In fact, he's cutting it in half, in a manner of speaking. But if Usher does lose this
57.
game, it will be because of those misses at double 12 and double 6.
$100.
Great last start, ton. And Usher needs 2 trebles just to get to a finish.
60.
He's going to be up against it the rest
Darryl,
of the
you
day,
require
and
121.
indeed the rest of the group, because he will be the only player on no points if he loses this match right now to Darryl Pilgrim,
85.
who squanders his first match start, and that would have ensured an enormous average. He's still on for the biggest winning average
82.
of the week, but he would have to take this
Darryl, you require
pretty quickly.
36.
And he's under no pressure with Usher on 162. Double 9 again.
27.
Squanders it. A little bit of a smile because he's afforded a visit back. But it's not an easy visit, this, with Graham on double 11 now.
9.
Double 4.
Game.
He's found the match right there. His average
Darryl
has come
Pilgrim.
down a little bit, but it's still a 3-figure average. I'm just going to double check. It's just under his personal best by 0.22. It was well above. It was around the 108 mark until all of those mismatched darts. You won't care about that now. But he has found 3 180s and 2 more points. So after 2 rounds, he leads the table with 2 games undefeated. So he's the man to stop at this point in time. We're going to go into round 3, and the first people to look at is going to be Warby against Painter. 3rd match of the week for these guys. Time for the 3rd instalment of this mini rivalry this week, as Warburton will now take on Painter. The score over the last couple of days has been 4-1, and 1 win each for either player. So what will happen today? The table so far, we've got plenty of people on 2 points, and Darryl Pilgrim at the top on 4. But over the course of round 3 of the matches today, let's find out how that materialises a little bit further. I just love watching Kevin Painter sometimes with that
First leg, it's Mike to throw
symptomatic
first.
grumpy
Game
cat, upturned smile. He's only happy if he wins. It almost sounds like a chant, that, doesn't it? He's only happy if he wins. He's only happy if he wins.
100.
Kevin Painter. God, if he was still a professional, that might catch on.
95.
Sometimes the things that go through my head, honestly. Anyway, moving on. 4-1 it was to Mike Warburton on Tuesday. And yesterday, Painter turned that around, getting his own 4-1 victory over Mike. Game number 3 of the day yesterday. It was decent. We saw a 160 checkout from Mike, his only hit double of that contest, and considering his doubles percentage in that match was only 16%, I think he knows where he lost it. I don't really know what happened there. Whatever it is, it's really tickled Kevin. In order to get Kevin to smile that much in-game, it must be something really amusing. It's got me laughing because I know these two quite well. What I will say is that this room is very quiet. Any sort of noise will be heard. Moving swiftly on. Yesterday, Painter won with a 94.37 average and 2 180s. But the day before, the game was a little bit further on in the schedule. It was played in game 13, where Painter just seemed to run out of steam a bit. So this time they play more towards the middle of the schedule, where we tend to find that most players play their best.
60. Kevin, you require 167.
Biggest finish of the week so far, 161. And we've had 2 of them from Robert Owen. not going to change.
80. Mike require 100.
He's already done this today in 2 darts. In his last match with Diogo Portela.
80.
Doesn't convert it this time to give Painter a free shot at 87 for a break of throw.
87.
Guarantees the ball.
62.
But doesn't take it.
Mike require 20.
If you're going to miss this, just miss it just on the outside.
Game shot on the first leg.
Or
By
just
Warburton.
don't miss it. Take the first leg, move on to second leg, and hopefully everything goes according to plan. Looking to get his 4th point of the day.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I mentioned the Premier League a little bit earlier on. That's taking place
80.
in Belfast later on tonight. And the Premier League, of course, is somewhere where Kevin did apply his trade for 1 season. Thoroughly deserved.
100.
Just to paint a bit of a picture for you, the year that Kevin got in the Premier League, I was in contention for it. In a funny sort of
41.
way, I was quite glad I wasn't in it. I think it might have ruined me. But just to give you an indication of the class of Painter and of Wes Newton, who was also selected that year,
60.
when they realised that I wasn't selected, they walked across the hall at the Dorchester Hotel and said, sorry, we feel like we've taken your
60.
place. And I said, don't be silly. That's what they did. They walked across the room, and instead of celebrating their success, they came over to me and said, commiserations. That's classy.
45.
I've said on many occasions, this is a family, this sport of darts. We need to stick together. We have to look after each other. And if we do, this sport will thrive. Whether it's professional darts, whether it's amateur, whether it's junior,
100.
ladies, girls, boys and men, or however you identify, of course. It is 2022. It's been an incredibly inclusive sport, this game of darts, over the course
60.
of my life. It's taught me about different cultures and lots of different things that we live with.
125.
I'm only 42 years of age, and this game has been a real education for me. It's been a life's work, and we're only halfway through. Now, what is Kevin going to do
59.
with 95, now that
Kevin, you
Warburton is not in
require
a finish?
95.
Take it in 2.
63.
Yeah, I like that play. 1 crack at the 38. He knew that if he missed it low and blocked it, he would leave double 16 after. But if he took it, it was a bonus. If he'd have missed on the inside, he would have
59.
hit 3 to leave double 8.
Kevin,
I
you
actually really
require
like that play.
32.
Does it all work out?
Game shot on the
Yes,
second
it does. A little
Kevin
glance off
Painter.
that first dart, and he always owned that second leg. So we go down to best of 5 from here to see who gets the 2 points on offer.
Third leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
That streak of people winning their match, having the darts, has been broken. Graham Usher had the darts in the last match.
60.
Wasn't unable to get the win against Darryl Pilgrim, so we have our first broken match. Warburton will be hoping to re-establish that
60.
pattern as he threw first here.
100.
I look at matches like this, and I always think, this is a game at one point in my career I thought I would never see. Mike Warburton, WDF player, BDO player, up against PDC stalwart Kevin Painter.
100.
And to be honest with you, if it wasn't for the live league, we may never have seen this fixture. This is what this does. It brings
55.
certain matches, very much like the World Seniors, matches that you thought you'd never see. I never thought I'd see Bob Anderson playing Robert Thornton. I never thought I'd see Alan Warrener playing against Larry Butler
60.
ever again. But wasn't the Seniors something to watch? It's reinvigorated some. And there might be somebody else who was in the World Seniors in next week for week
133.
4. There might be. In fact, there might be more than one. In order to find out who is in next week, you'll just have to tune in on Saturday, because at that point I will tell you the whole story.
100. Kevin, you require 132.
Bull first here every day of the week and twice on Sundays, even though we don't play on Sundays at the Live League.
60.
This is where
Like
you find out if
require
someone's a double
81.
12 shooter or a double 18 shooter. Is he a bull shooter?
56.
With no success.
Kevin, you require 72.
Another one for a break of throw.
33.
I'd like to repeat what he just said,
Like you require 25.
but it was simply what? Double 8 to hold his own throw in leg 3.
Game shot.
That's
on
what
the
he
third
finds, a
leg.
somewhat
My
quizzical
Warburton.
21 dart leg there. A really, really weird leg where we saw some obscure darts, particularly from Painter at the very end, but Warburton takes it.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Looking at the averages as well, and they're puzzling me a little bit. Well, not a little bit,
45.
quite a lot. We've seen Warburton so far today, 104.19 in defeat in game 1, then 98.53. And you're thinking, today's going to be one of those days where he's going to average around 95 to 100 and win 8 points. But his average in this game is 73. Sometimes players make this game look easy, but quite the contrary on other occasions,
140.
making it look quite difficult. Because believe me, it is very, very difficult, this game.
$41.
I think Martin Adams is going to be really, really pleased that he's not playing today or tomorrow. He's now got that fresh look at Saturday night.
45.
He can practice at his leisure today and tomorrow. Maybe just for half an hour, maybe an hour. Keep himself in touch, get the rest he requires. And he is going to be a threat.
95.
2 players from this group, of course. 3 from tonight. And that's the benefit of going through into Group B as opposed to Group C.
91.
More places on offer in tonight's group. And these 2 failed to get into the top 3 of the Group A table, hence why they're in Group C.
98.
Game after this will be our middle match of the day, which is a battle of the DPs.
80.
Portela against Pilgrim.
Mike, you require 167.
Seen a few people on this number this week. Nobody's taken it. And Mike is not going to take it either.
43. Kevin, you require 100.
Looking for a click, click, boom here. It doesn't really scare it.
44.
So Warburton gets a free hit here for a 3-1 lead. This will be for a break of throw. Doesn't get a shot at the bullseye. This is a very strange game.
56.
There's a lot of singles being hit.
Kevin, you require 56.
They're having to work really hard in this game for legs 1. And you know for a fact that after that 20 darter, that this one is going to go to leg 7. So they're going to share the next 2, and then it's going to be a 1-leg shootout.
5th leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
These are the kind of games we saw yesterday. We had 3 4-3s in a row. And around about this time yesterday, between
60.
Adams and Robson, Painter and Portela, Robson and Warburton. And they were all won by the person who threw first.
60.
Maybe one of the reasons why these guys are in this group as opposed to tonight's group is because they've been losing 4-3s instead of winning them.
100.
Although yesterday Warburton did win a 4-3 against Portela. And he's already won a game of 4-3 against Portela today. So maybe I'm telling fibs. He did lose his last game yesterday to Martin Adams by 4-3. And he lost to Gary Robson by 4-3 yesterday as well. So
100.
there are some other things on the flip side.
$89.
If you look at some of these older players as well, and I mean that affectionately, I don't mean it because they're old. I mean it because they're more experienced. You don't see many younger players these days wearing gold jewellery.
60.
Do you? Nobody goes full on Bobby George. But you see Adams with a bit of bling. You see Painter with a bracelet and a couple of bits of gold on the fingers.
100.
That's just not the way that young kids roll these days. It's always about just a fancy watch and that's it. That's how young players roll. Nice timepiece.
60.
That's it.
Kevin, you require 152.
I've never known any dart player know more about watches than Josh Payne. So we'll maybe get a little look at 45. What he's got on his wrist come Champions Week because he's going to be there.
Mike, you require 121.
For a 1-2-1 and a 3-2 lead in a workmanlike game. It's not the first time he's plugged that single 5 when he didn't need it.
45. Kevin, you require 107.
88 left with 2. Double 14. This is a big dart.
79. Mike, you require 76.
They're playing in this game like their life depends on it. That's a really unusual miss on the straight dart from Mike. Now 73. Okay, that 36. Was definitely a miscount.
Kevin, you require 28.
Was he genuinely going for 73 for treble 13?
Game shot on the 5th leg.
He's had a great assist there, Kevin Painter, but I'm still wondering about what happened before that. Never seen anybody go for treble 13 on 73 before. Who wants to leave double 17?
6th leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that one's really puzzled me. I think that one was definitely from the playbook of Jose de Souza.
100.
I hate to be harsh, but unfortunately when you're averaging 70, you don't really deserve to be winning.
100.
Every now and again, a dart player, even when they're playing well, will have a poor game. It's just a fact.
137.
That poor game is happening right now for Warburton, but he's still playing. If he can somehow come through this game and win mega ugly,
60.
he'll feel so much better for it. But how is Painter going to feel if he wins this with a 78 average?
100.
Needs a maximum to get to a finish. So Painter's in that cushy position now, where he's got 6 darts from 164. If you offered him a 140 right now, he'd take it. Might get it.
140.
That is a bulldozing 140. Arguably the best 140 I've seen this week. Really good.
91.
So,
Kevin, you
we might not be
24.
going to the limit in this game. Match start 2. And 3.
No score.
Then again, we might be going
Mike, you
to
require
the 7th leg
110.
if Warburton finds one treble, a big one, a single, and a double. That's the single. That's the treble. Painter can't look.
Game shot.
And that's why I just knew that something else is going to happen. What a really unusual game this has been. Painter's reaction to that 54 was comedic. What's going to happen in leg 7?
It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
I just love watching Painter. Oh, it's a treat in itself. It's not fun when you know he's doing it behind you, when you're playing him. You just have to be in your own little bubble. But he really is box office.
60.
This is already our 4th 4-3 today. And this is only match number 7. It's going to be a really tightly fought group, this one.
60.
Nobody's going to dominate this group. Unless, of course, Darryl Pilgrim starts to go a little bit bananas.
40.
We'll see him after this leg, up against Diogo Portela. And then after that, it's the speed game. Burton against Usher. That's going to be quick. I did say that Warburton would feel
100.
rather chipper if he somehow came through this game. Painter's going to feel like someone has stolen his wallet. 3 clean darts at double 12 and you lose a match. I know how that feels. But it's not over yet. I'll tell you one thing, Kevin, it is getting closer with that lovely visit to the treble 19 from Mike. Needs a couple of 60s.
58. Mike, you require 114.
He might have 9 darts from here. Treble 18. It's been good to him in this leg and the previous leg. So 92 left. Get it right, Mike.
57.
Okay. I think it was me that got the numbers wrong there. So
58.
I've been subscribing to
Mike
the Mike Warburton podcast of counting after that flummoxing treble 13 effort earlier, which really did puzzle me. Match darts incoming for Mike.
Game, shots,
and he
and
converts. Simple as that. He gets the points after a 4-3 victory. Really unusual 6th leg. where darts were missed for the match by Painter, but ultimately that 110 skin saver gave Mike Warburton the chance to win the match, which he has in an arduous affair, both averaging in the mid-70s, both have work to do. But Warburton is now on 4 points, alongside Darryl Pilgrim in the table. Speaking of him, we're about to see him next against Diogo Portela. Darryl Pilgrim has got some company at the top of the table now on 4 points in the shape of Mike Warburton. But now, if he plays well against Diogo Portela here, he might find himself at the top of the table after round 3, up against another DP, Diogo Portela. I like the way that you would say this, his hometown at the minute, Sawston. If he gets a really meaty finish later, I'll say, do you want some Sawston on that? Here's the man from Croydon, going to be the Don.
First leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
I don't think he likes the Dons. Don't Crystal Palace fans not like Wimbledon? That rings a bell. I better not say that again.
78.
You'll have me for it. That's like saying I like Sunderland. Not a big fan of Sunderland. Not many magpies are.
96.
But middle match of the day, we've had 7 matches. We've got 7 to come after this. So this is the one in the middle.
93.
Favourite for the game, I would say it would be Pilgrim because of his form so far today. Decent averages, 85.99 in his first win against Painter.
51.
And then a 100.71 in beating Graham Usher. Graham, who vastly improved his performance from his first game. It wasn't enough. As Darryl banked his second 100 plus average in Live League darts. That 114 checkout in the later part of that game was definitely the game changer. It was a great performance, although his doubles were down at 28%. 3 maximums, big average, ton plus finish in there. Just get the feeling that if Darryl can brush up on the finishing just a little bit,
80.
His averages and stats and performances will improve because so far today his doubles are in the mid 20%. To be a world-class player these days, you've got to be 40 plus.
Diogo, you require 150.
Stay there. Yeah, double 50, not double 14. Whatever you do, don't go for double 14, Diogo. That 150 checkout was a belter. That was the equivalent of Ronaldinho doing a back heel into the net.
Second leg, it's Darryl to throw first.
From about 50 yards. Hit finishes like that and they perk your morning up.
140.
Biggest finish of the week there for Diogo. He had a 161 hit against him yesterday by Robert Owen.
140.
But these darts that he's been using for a few weeks now, you've got to use these things constantly when they're new. Whether it's a new weight, a new grip pattern, a new colour. Just get used to everything to do with them. They have to become part of your hand. After a while, you play with them so often that you don't even think about where the grip is anymore. They just feel like part of your fingers. That's when you know you've got the right equipment.
140.
A somewhat conventional setup for both of these guys. It's a heavier dart for Diogo. It tapers out a little bit, has a bit more weight towards the end of it. A little bit more front heavy. Bit of colouring at the end and a vertical groove.
So you require 124.
Whereas these barrels here, very conventional from Darryl Pilgrim, who looks at double 11.
102.
That would have been our second 124 checkout of the day.
Diogo, you require 161.
Can't add the 161.
58.
To his 150 from earlier.
Darryl, you require 22.
It wasn't a 124 earlier, it was an 84 from Kevin Painter. Double 4.
14.
This is what I'm talking about with Darryl.
Diogo,
He's missing
you
too
require
many doubles.
103.
He's outscoring every opponent he's played. He's giving his opponents too many chances.
$51.
So get rid of this quickly and
Darryl,
move on to leg number 3.
Game shot
There you
the
go.
second leg.
Plan
Darryl
A
Pilgrim.
executed well. So we go into leg 3 with this one tied at 1-1, and it's Diogo looking to get his mojo back.
Third leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on. $140.
Before anybody says anything about that, I was told to say that by one of my close friends in the game, because apparently they like me saying something about Diogo's mojo.
177.
Well, there's full of mojo on that one for Darryl. Great start to this leg.
$96.
I still maintain, and I'm going to harp on about this for a little bit of time until he does it. I know he's wearing grey trousers today, but yellow
100.
and grey, not so sure. Diogo, you've got to get some trousers the same colour as the collar. They would be snazzy. If you don't know where to get them, ask Peter Wright. He'll know.
180.
I just get the feeling that nobody wears trousers of that colour, and to go with that shirt, it would be a thing of beauty.
140.
This leg has been a thing of beauty.
Require 85.
Both on an 80-odd checkout after 9 darts. This is proper scoring. Double top for an 11-darter.
Game shot on the third leg. Diogo Portela.
What do you say about that leg? That was impressive. Darryl Pilgrim really did go to scoring school, leaving 84 after
Top
9.
leg, it's Darryl to throw
He didn't even get a look at it. What's going on in this game all of a sudden?
140.
Blitzing that 60. This is what you want to see.
$96.
Unless you are one of the elite players in World Darts, you don't expect to get multiple 4-visit legs in one match.
97.
At this level, if you're getting multiple 5-visit legs, you're very happy. But the stats in this game tell us a story that maybe you do need a 4-visit leg to win.
95.
That's how good these guys are fighting right now. 2 doubles hit from 2 attempts for Portela. An average of 104. Pilgrim, 110 average.
140.
But he's only hit 1 double from 4 attempts. What's going to happen next? And even when he scores a 5, he comes up with 2 treble 20s.
Darryl, you require 124.
Although that 5 has cost him a finish. Now that leaves 92.
52.
Time for pressure. This is where you're thinking 145. Or maybe even 153. He really wants a 180 because look how pretty that is. But you don't get a 180 there. 153. Oh, that's
Darryl,
great.
you require 72.
Now it's 15 bull, surely. Bullseye.
47.
Well, Diogo put huge pressure on Pilgrim.
Diogo,
with that
you require
immense
32.
153 approach. Double 8 for a 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the 4th
What a
leg.
performance
Diogo
this is
Portela.
from Portela. This is by far and away so far the best I've seen him play in a live league match. Maybe ever.
5th leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
Serve it out in 15 darts and it will be a live league personal best.
121.
78.67 to win his first game today. After that, he averaged 90.94. And he's well above 100 here. And something that Diogo and I talked about yesterday afternoon after he beat Robert Owen. It was about constant improvement, game on game. He's doing it again.
100.
If this is how he's going to do in this kind of format, this is really good for tournament play. Constant improvement. If you can get over the line early in a tournament, like a first or second round, by getting a scruffy win, but then improving to this kind of level, you are going to win tournaments. Look at what he's doing.
140.
He was craving the 180 there to leave the 2 darter, but to be on 140 after 9 in a leg where you're serving it out, not
58.
only to get yourself on 4 points, but
Diogo,
to
you
stop
require
Pilgrim from getting to
140.
6. Again, he's trying to bunch this group up a bit. Oh, for treble 16, that's an interesting play.
124.
It's worked out well. If he hits that double 8 with the first attempt, he will have beaten his live league personal best by something like 10 points.
Diogo, you require 16.
He knows this is good. Double 4.
Game shot.
Well done,
and
Diogo.
match.
That's a great
Diogo
performance.
Portela.
A huge confidence boost against the person who's been getting more points than anybody today. But 105.13 has beaten his personal best by a good 7.5 points. Congratulations, Diogo. Great doubling as well. But Darryl Pilgrim with 103.08 in defeat. That's the second time today we've seen a big average like that in defeat. Great group this. Really enjoyable. Next, it's Burton against Usher. So get your cup of tea really quickly because the next match might not take long. really interesting group here on Thursday in Group C. And if Graham Usher can now find a victory against Stephen Burton, we will have 3 players on 4 points and 3 players on 2 points. But if Burton can find the win, he will be on 4 points like some other players. Hometown of Ipswich. And of course, that is very famous for Mr. 138, Keith Deller. Even though I was poking fun earlier in the week saying that my favourite 138 checker of all time was James Wade beating Phil Taylor in the Premier League. 2 treble 20s and double 9. That's just me having fun. Who's going to have fun here?
99.
Whether it's 4-0, 4-3 or somewhere in between, it's not going to take long. Because these guys are swift.
92.
Ah, the Dennis Priestley switch. Using the 18s early. If you don't know what I mean by that, have a little
82.
Look at the 1991 World Championship at Lakeside, which saw Dennis Priestley making treble 18 hitting fashionable.
128.
And judging by the amount of times he's hit it already,
41.
Usher might want to stay there.
97.
Good switching all over the board. It hasn't gone his way today so far. He lost to Diogo, 4 legs to 3 in match number 2.
57.
Lost by 4 legs to 2 against Darryl Pilgrim, but Darryl averaged 100.71.
140.
Graham himself averaged 96.67 in that match, with a ton plus finish and a 180, and still came out
140.
with a loss.
Graham, you require 44.
Double 16.
36.
And Burton gets a look at 82.
Stephen, you require 82.
Oh, he's found the treble 13 on the switch, and he gets the double 16 as well. Just when Usher thinks, oh, you've blown your chance there, Stephen, he comes up with a great recovery.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Penny for the thoughts of Kevin Painter in the practice room right now. He's just
81.
seen Diogo Portela average over 105. And Kevin's taking him on next.
96.
Just a little bit more about that Diogo performance though. Big average, big doubles percentage, big finish in there,
100.
a 180 in there. So much to admire. It's really nice to see him playing well, but Darryl Pilgrim's averaged
98.
in the hundreds in his last 2 games. One he's won, one he's lost. He's putting in some big numbers today.
120.
This one's about fast numbers. They're keeping
60.
our referee Charlie Corstefine on his toes. There you see the lefty Graham
60.
trying to get the darts to stack on top of each other. Some beautiful
99.
parts
Graham,
of the
you
world
require
up where Graham lives.
140.
He's not going to bank the 140. Can he find the 60 in between those 2 darts?
60.
There's your answer.
Stephen, you require 148. 100.
I
Graham,
don't think
you
I've
require
ever
80.
played darts this quickly. Maybe just trying to beat me friends at speed darts. That's about it. And Stephen can double his lead after
40.
Usher has missed a rather gettable 80
Stephen, you
checkout.
require 48.
Double 16. 2 8s.
Game shot on the second
Found
leg.
as well. Doubles
Stephen
the lead.
Burton.
2-0 up. Burton looking to get himself into a nice position in the second half of today's play. He's got to break it through on the
Third
bank
leg,
now
it's
as well.
Stephen to throw first. $100.
If Burton does get the win, by more than one leg,
120.
he will be top of the table. For now, but after 3 rounds, he'll be the king.
180.
Banks a maximum. He's had plenty of them today. He got 4 against Painter in defeat in his last match. And they came over the course of 2 legs of darts. He's back in it again. When he gets it right,
140.
he's got sickening accuracy. Graham's in a lot of trouble, not just
81.
in this game, but in this table. Double 10.
61.
He's very much a tops and 10 shooter, which says to me that when he had 48 and hit a 16 in the previous leg, that was a miss.
Stephen, you require
I think
20.
he was going for an 8. Double 5.
15.
That could well be the biggest start of the match right there.
Graham, you require 50.
Because he's missed the chance of going 3-0 up.
18.
And somehow Graham does not get an assist from his other dart
Stephen, you
to
require
bounce it into
5.
the 32 bed. Double 2.
3. Graham, you require 32.
This is a leg that's being let
Game
go.
shot on the 3rd leg.
Great shot from Graham,
Usher.
but ultimately I think Stephen Burton will have a little word with himself as if to say, I am not happy that that one was let slip. I should be 3-0
4th
up.
leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
You can see in the background he's just rolling his eyes.
58.
It doesn't give a great deal away, Stephen. His action to me looks very organic, not particularly rehearsed or coached. I've always thought
123.
that Graham Usher's throw is one of the best left-handed throws I've ever watched. It's so fluent. But the one thing I remember about Stephen's throw the most,
180.
it's the little finger. Look at it. Every time it's pointing to the sky. It's like a little aerial.
60.
Look at it right there. Pointing to the sky every time.
41.
Almost reminds me of Eric Bristow back in the 80s. He used to have his little finger pointing out as well.
140. Stephen, you require 146.
No chance on this one. He's got a couple of maximums.
122. Graham, you require 120.
A nice approach, but he might lose the leg.
Game
Oh,
shot on
things
the
have
4th
clicked
leg.
for Graham Usher
Usher.
here. 15 darter in no time at all. God, he makes the game look good sometimes with those
5th leg, it's
very
Stephen to
old
throw
looking
first.
darts. I don't know how old those darts
100.
are, but they look like antiques. They haven't got a great deal of grip on them.
56.
There's that 4 grooves in the middle. I wouldn't want to estimate just how old those darts are, but we're looking at 2 players in this match who are not ones to flip-flop in equipment. They might change their flights and stems now and again,
58.
but these darts are very much part of their makeup.
60.
You do tend to find that with players who aren't signed to a darts manufacturing deal, that they have a certain set that they trust.
92.
These ones that are being used by Stephen Burton, I'm pretty certain, are a very old Mervyn King dart. I say that because I'm sure I had a set of them.
140. Stephen, you require 117.
Double top.
77.
Now, if Usher
Graham, you
takes
require
this,
155.
it would have been the game in his hands.
82. Stephen, you require 40.
Averages are almost identical. The score is identical
Game
now,
shot on the fifth
but no
leg.
longer.
Stephen Burton.
Burton goes 3-2 up, and I build this game as the quickest of the day, and I think it's fair to say that it has been.
Sixth leg, it's Graham throwing first.
Five legs, and we've only had, judging by my clock, 10 minutes. Yeah, that's pretty quick.
140.
I'm not sure I'll ever see a best of 11 match as quick as I saw with
42.
the eyes in the back of my head once, where Michael van Gerwen beat Steve Beaton in just over 6 minutes. 6 legs to 0. That was ridiculous.
140.
But we have had some really quick games here. Chaz Barstow, I believe, has the quickest
93.
game of all. Connor Scott had a lot of quick games at the end of last year. They were really, really good to watch.
100.
Another good switch to the treble 18
Stephen,
for Graham.
Require 121.
But ultimately the game will be done if Stephen finds this. No such luck. So the 1-3-4
Graham, you require
feels like it needs to go.
58. Stephen, you require 68.
53 left. Tops for the match.
48. Graham, you require 76.
Double 8 to take us all the way.
68.
Doesn't get it. It's just not happening for him today.
Stephen, you require 20.
So you fancy Stephen's going to finish the job, and he does. He gets a 4-2 victory, so he will get to 4 points in the table with that impressive 90.3 average. Graham Usher with problems, losing 3 games from 3 so far, but all is not lost. If he can win all of his games from here, he may still have a chance of making the top 2. That's the end of round 3. We'll take a very short break, but when we come back, it's going to be Kevin Painter against Portela, who's just put in the biggest winning average of the week. Let us go from possibly the quickest match of the day to one of the more deliberate games. It's Portela against Painter now, as the table is starting to take shape. There you see, Graham Usher at the bottom, but very much not out of it. And if Painter does get the victory here against the Brazilian, it'll be 5 players on 4 points. And Usher still only 2 wins behind. So if he puts in a burst by the end of the day, he could well be back in contention. But we have to pay big respect to Portela, who has now been overtaken at the top on leg difference by Stephen Burton, because he is starting to play the darts that we all hoped he could.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Kev's got 2 points from today so far.
59.
Lost to Darryl Pilgrim in his first game, but a good bounce back against Stephen Burton in match number 5. But that loss to Mike Warburton is going to sting for a little
58.
while. The only way to get rid of that sting is to get back on the winning train immediately.
58.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, is he using a different set of darts in this match? They look like they've got a bit more knurling on them. I'm usually quite eagle-eyed when it comes to things like this.
137.
These ones look different. And if I'm wrong, that's on me. They're different. They've got more grip on the central part of the barrel.
95.
They're probably the same weight, but they've got a different grip texture. I'm actually quite proud of those two words being put together. Grip texture. I'm going to use that one. Nice to get a tweet from our friend Henry Deacon, who was doing some admin today, watching the live league.
134.
Hope you're well, Henry. And we've also had a really interesting tweet from Wee Snooker on Twitter. We'll just pause for effect here for a second, as Diogo's looking to leave himself on double 18.
83. Kevin,
because
you
Wee
require
Snooker has come up with a really
155.
good question, which I'm going to answer in the next leg. 78 left.
131.
Very good. So, Diogo.
Diogo, you require 90.
Bullseye beckons for the third dart.
65.
Nice try. Just doesn't find the target, and Painter
Kevin,
with that
you
impeccable
require
approach
24.
from 155. Needs double 12. Shaving wires. I'm getting bad deflections. And with that close-up,
Diogo,
they
you
are
require
definitely
25.
different darts. 100% sure now. Double 8 for Diogo.
Game shot on the first leg.
17
Diogo
darts is good
Portela.
enough, but he had to dodge a couple of misses at the double from Painter, didn't he? So he's leading a pretty charmed life at the minute, is Diogo. Can he take advantage of it?
Second leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
So let's get into that question from Wee Snooker. He said, after watching Graham Usher, do all dart players retrieve the darts from the board with their opposite throwing hand? Really interesting stuff, this.
41.
There you see Diogo, right-hander retrieving with the left. So let's put this to the test experimentally. Painter, right-handed, retrieving with the left. So there you have 2 bits of information. Graham Usher, left-hander, retrieves with the right. Now, we'll talk about this in a bit more detail as the week goes on, because I want to see what everybody does.
140.
I, when I throw with the right hand, retrieve with the left. So maybe this is something that
100.
we should investigate. I can only think of one player that retrieves with the same hand that they throw with, and that's James Wade. I believe he's a lefty who retrieves with his left.
60.
So everybody watch out for that one. That is one of the best questions I've had. So very, very thankful for
41.
it. That was not a retrieval, by the way. That was a snatch. If you do snatch the darts from the board and one of them falls on the floor and it's classed as a retrieval that wasn't
140.
True, you can be penalised for that dart. That happened to Darren Webster on the Pro Tour once. Diogo just getting on with his job here. Painter having a few issues until right there. That was much better.
Diogo, you require 120.
Oh, lovely second dart. Looking at tops now for a 2-0 lead.
He's
playing really well at the minute.
Diogo Portela.
And I have to say, he was playing really well at the end of yesterday's session. He has brought that kind of form, but he's starting to find more consistency early in the sessions, which is a worry for his opponents. What's a worry for Kevin and for some of the players not picking up all of these points today is that there is no get-out clause like there was with Group A. Yes, you didn't win Group A, but you could still go into Group C or B. If you don't get through this group, the only place you're going is home. Zero chance of Champions Week. Zero chance of that bonus on Saturday night.
140.
Kevin will be hoping that he can somehow get to 4 points in this match and keep things tight in the group until tomorrow.
100.
I wonder what kind of draw Diogo's going to get for the UK Open. He won't, of course,
45.
bump into anybody right at the top of the rankings because they come in a little bit later. But I just wonder who he could possibly draw. He will want
45.
to get a big stage game. He will want to be in the big hall at Minehead come early March because it's a good shot window, it's a good test.
125.
Somewhat aggressive stuff there from Kevin to leave 51. Just fancy that maybe another 180's coming. Hasn't got one in this match so far, but he's had plenty today.
Kevin, you require 51.
Double 16. Hates that one.
Loves that one. The third leg. Kevin Painter.
All is well in the world when you complete the leg, but knowing Kevin as I do, he'll probably still be thinking about that bad shot at double 16. All's all right, Kevin. You won the leg.
Diogo to throw
it's 2-1 now.
Game on.
If you are a dart shirt collector, these are probably 2 dart shirts that you really want for your collection.
60.
2 of the best out there. I have to say, the first time I saw Kevin go full-on paint palette with the dart shirt, I was shocked.
60.
I get why he's done it. It's very him now. We expect it. But previously, when you saw him at Pro Tour events, he was wearing just a black shirt with a white
96.
collar, his name on the back, very akin to what Steve Beaton does. Nowadays, it's all about the colours. There's a bit of banter going on in the room. I can't hear what they're talking about.
59.
This is where the referee comes into play and has to be the sheriff. Look at this for a response. Wow.
180.
First 180 of the match comes to Diogo at 2-1 up, averaging just shy of 100. He's playing at a very high level today.
42.
Maybe at a level that I've never seen from him. these new darts that were apparently made for him earlier this year.
30.
I don't know exactly what changes have been made to them. I know they're constructurally pretty much the same, but they may have some sort of weighting
45.
difference.
Diogo, you require 135.
Whatever he's doing with them, they are working. It's not often you see someone go for 19s first on 135. I can kind of understand why he did.
97.
That said, it was really good. That's really got me thinking.
Diogo, you require 40.
What Diogo's thinking is tops. Just under pitches that shot. He thought it was in for a second.
Game
that one
shot
is.
On the fourth leg.
And it's not the
Diogo
first time
Portela.
today he's hit that double 10 right at the top of it. And I like that shot because it's nowhere near the double 15, which would bust it.
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
That is a lesson to any young player or any player trying to get better. You look at something like double 10.
100.
You get nothing for going low. If you go high, you can still hit the double 10 like that. But if you hit double 6, you've still got double 4. Hit the 6, you've got double 7.
93.
You're better off hitting the top half of double 10 than the bottom half, in my opinion. So if you are practicing double 10, try and hit the top half instead.
69.
This has got to be a 180.
180.
Has to be. It's the second time today I've called a 180 for Diogo. But something is working for him. And it's all about the first dart. When he gets the first dart right, his game changes. Having to switch now. The right thing to do. 228 minus 58 leaves 170. 96 for 132.
58.
That's how a dart player's brain works. They think about numbers on the fly.
$140. Diogo
not over
require
yet.
170.
But Painter needs a mistake.
$60.
I would
Kevin,
classify that as a mistake.
149.
57 would leave double 16. He didn't really give that a scare.
83.
Maybe there have been a few wild darts over the last couple of days.
Diogo, you require 110.
And where do you go here? A lot of people like treble 19 for this these days. But I think conventional is good. He's looking north, so 60 is the target. That's one of the pitfalls of going the 60.
78.
Does leave double 16.
Kevin, you require 66.
Point of no return for Painter. Nice aggressive treble 10. Back across the hockey for double 9.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Pinpoint shot.
Kevin Painter.
Lovely, lovely stuff. Because if he misses that double 9, the likelihood is he is not going to get the points. Because Diogo, in this kind of form, was going to hit that double 16.
Sixth leg. It's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
If you do have any more questions for social media, by all means, get in touch.
60.
We've already had a reply about the opposite hand retrieval. Someone saying, I think
60.
it's natural to retrieve with your left hand because it starts to turn you in the right direction for the walk back, which is a very good point made by Hal on Twitter, because we're always told, not necessarily
135.
on floor matches, but when a match is streamed or whether it's televised, we are always encouraged, I say encouraged, we're told
95.
to go to your right so that we don't walk in front of the camera. So Hal makes a good point. The retrieval with the left hand, whether you're left-handed or right-handed, actually lends itself to the way that you walk back. It's a very good point, well made. Fascinating subject.
97.
It's almost like talking the same way about how golfers retrieve the ball from the hole. Some players bend with a straight left leg. Some players bend with a bent left leg. Some players go with the right
100.
hand or the left hand. It's all personal preference. It doesn't really mean anything, but it's something to talk about.
$60.
He needed that 60 there.
Diogo
Portela's got more breathing
190.
space than he had in the previous leg. And he could be the first person to 6 points in the table. This is brilliant.
103.
He'll be back for double 8. He's had his first match start. He's going to have a couple more. In fact, he's going to have 3 if he needs them.
122. Diogo requires 16.
I think Kevin believes this game is up. Double 4.
Game,
and on
shot,
match start number 3, Diogo Portela gets a 3rd win of the day. Really good indeed. He is playing at a very high level. So we'll look at the stats. 92.49. And that's kind of what we expect from Diogo now. He's putting in ton plus averages. He's putting in better performances than before. And the checkouts were, again, very good indeed at 44%. So the beginning of round number 4 is good. Graham Usher and Mike Warburton will come to the oche now to see if they can bolster their total. And in Graham's case, get some points at last. Ten matches in with 5 to go, so 2/3 of our action has been completed. And Diogo Portela is at the top of the table. It's all about the other players trying to catch him right now. And one of those, of course, is Graham Usher, but he's not going to do that in this game. It could be Mike Warburton, because as you can see, he is at 4 points. He's not going to get to the exact point where the leg difference is better and the points, but he can draw level on 6. As for Usher's day, it's been a case of near misses. It would be really nice for him to get in on the act to join Kevin Painter
First
on 2
leg,
points.
it's Graham to throw first. Game on. $60.
Well, whatever you're doing this afternoon, I hope you've got something fun planned. But if you don't have any plans for later tonight, if you're looking to relax with some sort of libation or chamomile tea, something like that,
100.
you're more than welcome to join me and all of the players for tonight. Should be fun. have seen another
60.
left-hander so far in this year's live league, in Leung Kai Fan of Hong Kong. He did not make it to Champions Week. But did have some good darts in there, that's for sure. Very, very talented player. Don't forget that I will announce next week's field for week 4. Come Saturday as well. And you will have the company of Chris Murphy next week. If you've got any jokes about Sheffield Wednesday,
60.
keep them until next week for Chris. Now, one thing we have had, because we've got a bit of a streak going here, the last 5 matches have included a ton plus checkout. And overall today, this is how good it's been. 7 of the 10 matches have had a ton plus checkout, if not more than 1. So is it just a matter of time before we see another?
Might require
Probably.
120.
We saw this one in the last 2 matches. Usher got one. Portela's just had one. But Warburton is not getting one.
41. Graham require 90.
Good life for double 15.
75.
But not used. The amount of times he has wired doubles today. That's why he's not getting points, and that's why he's getting frustrated. Single 20 for tops to get an unlikely 18 dart break.
59.
Just under pitched.
Graham, you require 15.
Double 4. Wires another one.
11.
And this time, it's on the other side of that separating wire. He's having a real problem
Mike, you
with
require
the outer ring
20.
today, that's for sure. No problem there for Mike Warburton, who's been taking the lessons from Diogo Portela on how to hit double 10. Hit it at the top. He takes a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
I got my first real look
100.
at these 2 players when they were involved in the World Masters in 2019.
85.
They both had really good tournaments. Graham Usher made it to the quarterfinals, where he lost out to Mario van der Bojara. He came through by 3-1 against Simon Stainton in the last 16, and he beat Stig-Jarle Knudsen. I did that in my best Norwegian accent.
60.
In the last 32. But of course, he came through the qualifier to get to that point.
56.
As for Warburton, he was in the other half, so they could have met in the final had they made it that far. Warby beat Scott Mitchell, then Keith Geraghty, Kieran Tian by 4-2 in the quarters, and then ultimately lost out by 5-1 to Scott Waite, who lost to the Joker in the final, John O'Shea. So there's only one way to say John's name. It's in full, just in one word, John O'Shea. I had the pleasure of catching up with John on Sunday. Boy, is he fun to be around. I wore my special Joker shoes for him that day. They were purple. And he was hanging out with Josh Rock, a really good young player from Northern Ireland. Watch out for that young lad. He's good. Great to see good young players coming through and putting in good statistics. If anybody was to come up to me and ask me what I care about in this sport, more than anything, I care about its future. Mike Warburton cares about his future in this week.
60.
And on 4 points, he is very much
41.
in with a chance of coming through this group He is very much in it. Just gets the 9.
Game shot
Double
on the second
16
leg.
once
By
again is
Warburton.
found by Warburton. Really good in that corner of the board the last couple of days. And with the arms folded in the background, Usher's thinking, it's just not my day.
Third leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
You've got no idea how much I want to tell you who's playing next week, but I'm not allowed to. I'm not particularly good at keeping secrets, but I am forbidden.
96.
Just before this game began, the overall average was 88.83. Now,
100.
I've commentated on a lot of days here at the Live League, and I have to say, that is really impressive. It's actually
58.
very close to what we had yesterday. Overall, on Wednesday, the average was 88.87. So only 0.04 of a difference. Last couple of days standard has been excellent.
100.
I'm going to stick my nose out, Pinocchio style, and I'm not going to lie.
140.
I'm going to say tonight's going to be even better. I think the players like Scott Williams and Robert Owen are going to have big numbers tonight. And don't underestimate Sean Griffiths as well. He's a very hard player
60.
to beat.
83.
Good last start from Graham. This is where you're thinking 1-4-5, in my head at least anyway. 2 treble 20s, and then I would go for the bullseye with the last start. But that turns out to be a really good visit in the end for Mike, who started it poorly.
56.
And if Warburton does take this 120,
Mike
it will just be
120.
typical of Graham's day. And he might just do that.
80.
Oh, he nearly did as well.
Graham, you require
Warburton's
68.
best finish of the day. 110. Double 2.
64.
And Graham is having more trouble on the outer ring.
Mike, you require 40.
For 3-0. Tops. Double 10.
Game shot on the third
Found
leg.
in the top half
By
once
Warburton.
again. So he's finding what Graham is not finding, unfortunately. And this is getting worse for the man from Scarborough, unfortunately.
Fourth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Highest finish of the day so far came in the very first leg of the day. 154 from Stephen Burton. Oh, Warburton, merciless.
180.
One thing we haven't had so far in this match
140.
is a ton plus finish. And I want this streak to continue. It's been 5 matches. Come on, lads. I want a 6th straight match. I was just about to say, it would have been nice to finish the game with a 9 darter and a 1-4-1. Nope, looking for the ton.
60.
Depends if you like tops or not, or whether you'd prefer to try and leave double 18.
58. Mike requires 76.
We haven't had a 4-0 today. Not one of them. We might have one now. Double 4.
68.
Not just yet. 2 match darts missed. And Usher has a chance
Graham, you
to take us in to leg 5. He can't get 105 with 2 darts. Nothing is going right for Graham. My heart goes out to him.
86. Mike, you require 8.
Double 4 to finish it off.
Game,
Well
shot,
done. Match
and the
start number
match.
3
Mike
is a success.
Warburton.
And it's 4-0 to Mike Warburton. The first bagel served up today by the Welshman. 85 is a good average in the context of the match, but ultimately you see no doubles hit from 6 for Graham, and that was his downfall and has been all day long, unfortunately. So, one more game to go in round number 4. It's Darryl Pilgrim against Stephen Burton. This one could be fast, and it could be good. Hello everybody and welcome back to round number 4 of our matches here at the Live League for Thursday. One more match in round 4. It will see Darryl Pilgrim up against Stephen Burton. So let's get cracking with it before we have the final furlong of the day. Burton can get to 6. Pilgrim can get to 6. So one of them's about to. Who's going to join the pack at the top? It's a really interesting group, this, but we're starting to see a little bit of distance between possibly the top 3 and the rest. This is the complexity of a 2-day group. Graham Usher is being left behind, unfortunately.
Darryl to throw first. Game on.
So, best of 7 once again. There's not going to be a great deal of pausing in this game. These guys are quite quick. And in the words of Alan
96.
Rickman in Love Actually, can we be quite quick? Yes, we can. And in the words of Rowan Atkinson, this game could be
58.
Lovely. Don't know where that came from. Anyway, had a nice message from John O'Shea on Twitter.
58.
It's nice to get a mention on the Live League. Loved his time here and he will miss it. John, we're going to miss you, mate. I get the chance to see you at the Pro Tour, but I know everybody here loved your company. You're an absolute legend to us all. Have a great season. Enjoy your time in Munich. And for all darts fans, I will give you a little bit of an exclusive.
59.
John O'Shea is going to Munich in April. You don't want to miss that. Trust me.
96.
That's all I'm going to tell you. And I've already told you how bad I am at keeping secrets. Let's move on to the next subject.
86.
There's so many people bunched up in this table. It really does lend itself to a thrilling Friday for Group C.
58.
We want it to be tightly packed. We want it to go to leg difference. We want to see how these guys perform under pressure.
83. Stephen, you require 152.
So far, so good for Burton, who's not going to add the 152 to his high finishing bingo card.
64. Darryl, you require 119.
19's first here. 68 thereafter.
87. Stephen, you require 88.
Single 18 for Bull then. Or that for double 7.
74.
Give it a scare.
Darryl, you require 32.
that's going to be in the way. And it is. Oh, look at the angle of that dart.
Game shot.
And look at where that one's ended up.
Pilgrim.
That is one of the best darts of the week, that one. Missed the other one by an absolute country mile, but the next one, what a shot.
Second leg, it's Stephen to throw first.
He almost deserves a bully for that one. Great shot. And he's got his first leg against Stephen Burton.
140.
They've played one competitive match in the past at the Challenge Tour, which was in January of 2019. And Stephen Burton won by 5-0. It wasn't a good game. 81 average won it for Stephen.
131.
But that was then and this is now. This is 3 years later. One thing I have been looking at this week, just for
64.
everybody's stats brain. You look at the times that people played each other and you wonder, I wonder who won that day. So let's play a little round of who won that Challenge Tour. 26th of January 2019. Darryl and Stephen played each other in the last one, 28. Let's fast forward.
140.
And that day was won by Sean Carroll of
130.
England, beating Patrick Linsky in the final. There you go. Couple of names that you might recognise in the later stages of that tournament. Richie Edhouse, who's played in the Live League in the first year, and Willie Borland of 9 Dart fame. Tops fame for Darryl Pilgrim.
Shot on the second
and
leg.
we are back
Darryl
on the train of
Pilgrim.
ton-plus finishes, because in the last match, it was the first in 6 that we didn't get a ton-plus finish. But thanks, Darryl. We're back on that
Third
train
leg,
right
it's
now.
Darryl to throw first. Game on.
And he's on the train to a victory, potentially at 2-0 up.
96. 96.
I don't have a record of them ever playing at the Live League, so that meeting at that Challenge Tour 3 years ago is the only time they've ever met that we have a record of.
140.
It's plausible that they may have played each other in a local tournament or a Riley's qualifier.
57.
Suffolk and Surrey are not that far apart. I wouldn't be surprised if they were at some tournament in between the two of them.
133.
Great stuff there from Darryl to halve his score. A lot of people probably
95.
thought after the first game of the day that
Darryl,
Stephen
require
Burton would probably
132.
roll everybody here, but it hasn't worked out that way. Pilgrim's doing great things here. Looking like he's going to go 3-0 up. Got a big game coming next
99.
at the bottom of the table.
Darryl, you require
Painter on 2
40.
points, Usher on 0. One of them is going to have to win that one. Who's going to win this one?
Game shot on
Great
the third
shot.
leg.
And well done, Darryl.
Pilgrim.
You don't want to leave someone who's already hit a 154 out today on that number. So only one more leg required for the man who supports
Fourth
Crystal
leg,
Palace.
it's Stephen to throw first.
That
60.
dart shirt of his looks almost like the Twilight Zone. I wonder what the inspiration was for the artwork on that one.
46.
Looks like the kind of lighting structure you would find in a city centre
100.
80s bar. He's played well in this game. It's really good, steady stuff. That is spectacular stuff.
180.
Second maximum of the game. He's got 2 140s and 2 tons. All the scores in between have been steady. And even though Stephen
100.
Burton's averaging 90, he's almost been taken out of the equation because he's only had one shot at a double.
89. 100.
Might have 6 darts from 186. He'll be hoping he does. And if he does convert 186 in 6, he will go to 6 points
24.
and plus 6.
Stephen, you require
That will put him at the top of the table by 1 leg. However, he's left a bogey number.
85.
And Stephen Burton was on the course to hitting that 141.
$90.
He's got used to hitting that
Stephen,
bullseye on the switch, that's for sure.
56.
Good single.
Game
Good
shot on
double.
the 4th leg.
How many
Stephen
times do we
Burton.
see it where somebody hits the middle of the single, then goes on to hit the double? So watch out for that in the future. If it's a good single, the likelihood is they're going to hit the next
Darryl
one.
to throw first. Game on.
Never neglect your singles. Give them attention. Don't presume that you're going to hit
99.
that single. Give it the same process as you would if you were going for a treble, a double, or a bull.
96.
That advice is free.
$174.
Oh, super switch as well. Just for a second, we thought he was going for the 3rd maximum. But he didn't like the lie.
96.
So the 54 was calling, and it worked. $18s, surely.
94.
And that 54 calls again. Really good use of the 18s today from a couple of players. Graham Usher's used it a few times.
95.
Maybe it's just a matter of time before Darryl books
134.
2 more points. Another.
$93.
He's a quick counter as Darryl Pilgrim. I'm definitely learning that about him. I know for a fact that
100.
Stephen is as well.
Darryl, you require 41.
But it could be 2 points quick smart here. Single's not very good. But at least it was in. Double 8.
25.
So 2
Stephen,
match
you
darts have
require
gone.
114.
Now it's the 54 for Stephen.
58. Darryl, you require 16.
Different kettle of fish now. 3 darts for the match.
Game,
Only
shots,
needs the 1.
And the match.
On his
Darryl
3rd match
Pilgrim.
start, he does get himself 2 6 points, and he's now on exactly the same points and leg difference as Diogo Portela. Things are bunching up, and he's just had an average which is very similar to what Diogo has just had a couple of games ago. In fact, there's only 0.1 of a point between those 2 performances, but well done. Another ton plus out for Darryl, and Stephen Burton has got some things to think about. So it's the last round of matches about to start. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be Graham Usher and Kevin Painter towards the basement of the table. Hello and welcome back to our coverage here at the Live League on Thursday. One more round of matches to go, and before we look at the top of the table, we're going to look at see where Graham, Usher and Kevin Painter will finish for the day. So over to them now. All smiles for Kevin at the minute, but it hasn't been today. And neither for Graham, who's throwing practice darts with his right hand. That makes me laugh. If he plays this game right-handed and wins, Kevin's going to be unapproachable. I guarantee you that.
First leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
That's what I love about Graham. He's just a great, happy chappy to be around.
140.
He might not be having a great day on the points, but I guarantee you that in the practice room, he has been a hoot.
100.
Let's have a little chat about
60.
Graham and what he's done in his career. Obviously, he's from the county of Yorkshire. Yorkshire has always been strong. Great players like Dennis Hickling, Dennis Priestley, James Wilson, John Walton, Brian Doggy Dawson.
140.
Go on and on. But maybe the biggest career win for him was the Lincolnshire Open back in June of 2019. And he beat a certain Nick Fulwell in the final. Someone who we have seen in the Live League
Graham,
before.
you require 161.
Won't see him this year, of course, because he has a tour card. But there's every chance this game's going to be quick fire.
Kevin, you require 170.
I'll be fascinated to talk to Kevin a little bit later, or maybe tomorrow morning, as to why he's chosen these darts
Graham, you require
over
190.
the other ones that he's used the rest of the week. Hello.
80.
Goodbye. That was a really unusual
Kevin, you
shot. Maybe
70.
you should have used your right hand, Graham. Double 16 for Kevin for the first leg and 15 darts.
38. Graham, you require
So instead of coming
39.
back for tops or tens, he has to fix the single first.
Game shot on the
That
first
has been the
leg.
problem today, hasn't it?
Graham
Missing
Usher.
doubles, but it doesn't happen this time. Really good 39 conversion. And if he can somehow get himself 2 points, you don't know what could be possible tomorrow.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
With 0 points on a day, with 1 day to go, you're thinking, yeah, it's not going to happen.
40.
But with 2 and a better day tomorrow where we can pick up maybe 8 points or even the perfect 10.
86.
With such a tightly knit group like this, anything's possible. Now, Stephen Burton is going to take on Diogo Portela next. Whatever happens in this group, I guarantee you the chasing pack wants Stephen Burton to beat Portela. They do not want him to get to 8 points. On the flip side of that, one person is going to get to 8 points between Pilgrim and Warburton in match 15.
$93.
Fast switching from Graham. Looking to compound Kevin's misery. But that's glorious. Good thinking, great maths, execution, it had the lot.
75. Kevin, you require 167.
Massaging his inner Richie Burnett there, the gambler. Giving it the full knee bend. Maybe not the full Richie Burnett, because it will be a double knee bend, then a jerk back for Richie to have a long glancing look at what he'd missed. Double top.
93.
Kevin will be hoping he's going for double
Kevin,
top.
you require 120.
On Sunday, we saw this checkout from Gerwyn Price at the Pro Tour on 2 bullseyes.
$60. Graham, you require
Double 10
20.
for a left-hander is a good number. And
Game
most
shot
players
second
I know
leg.
who are
Graham
left-handers
Usher.
just love double 10. Just going across the eye line, a lovely height. Likes of Mikkel, Wade, and others all love double 10.
Third leg, it's Graham to throw
and Martin
first.
Phillips. Now, you might not know this,
43.
but then again you might. The World Seniors have decided to do a fans vote
43.
to see who's involved in one of their up-and-coming tournaments.
128.
I do believe it's for the World Senior Masters.
140.
And you can choose who is going to be there. So, on Twitter, go to World Seniors Darts, and you can cast your vote to see who will be part of that tournament. I do believe the picks are Paul Lim, Peter Manley, Peter Everson, Chris Mason,
81.
one of our live league commentators, of course, Larry Butler, John Walton, or Co Stompy. So cast your vote now.
100.
You're probably thinking, who do I want to be in there? This is getting political. I'm not lobbying for anybody.
140.
I'm an independent
Graham,
party. But Painter's already in there.
96.
He's already been selected to play. Graham
Game shot on the
is
third
getting
leg.
this one
Graham
done.
Usher.
3 legs to 0, and he's on the cusp of his first 2 points of the day. If only he'd played this well a little bit earlier.
Fourth leg,
But
it's
in
Kevin
his
to
defence,
throw first. Game on.
he did play really well against Darryl Pilgrim with a 96.67 average. But his opponent had 100.
$140.
It all seems really easy when they fall in the bed like
95.
that. Sport is supposed to be difficult. Otherwise, everybody would do it.
39.
And that's what gets me about certain social media activity, about criticism of certain players and
92.
things they miss, maybe some of the titles they don't have. Well, if they were that easy to come by, everybody would get one.
57.
Amazes me how many times world champions get criticised, when in fact they've done something that only a handful of people will ever do.
56.
I was actually quite chuffed for Kevin when he beat Phil Taylor at the Circus Tavern, because the only 2 players ever to deny Phil Taylor a final at
31.
the Circus Tavern had to be players champions, and that was me and Kevin. So we have got a lot of things in common, Kevin and I, and there's another one.
134.
This is where Kevin's got to be switching his maths brain on. 20, 19 and 25 leave 170. That's out the window. So maybe switch now. That's pretty good.
94.
Pretty good.
Graham, you require 124.
He looks a bit miffed about what has happened over the course of the last few legs. Ooh, gauntlet
92.
laid down. I like that.
Kevin, you require 140.
He's given Kevin a shot. And you think Graham Usher's going to finish the job now.
41. Graham, you require
This has been
32.
a much more polished performance from Graham.
Game, shot,
And he has
and
won
the
by
match.
4 legs to
Graham
0.
Usher.
So tomorrow, we're going to see Graham Usher starting on 2 points. Painter will start on the same points as well. They've got a lot of work to do. But that for Graham is something to build on for Friday. Absolutely. 92.49. And the checkouts, that's the big thing for him. 50% gives him something to work on for the doubles. A little bit of confidence. We're going to go into match 14 in a second after a short break. And Stephen Burton and Diogo Portela are looking to posture themselves positively before we go into Friday's play. could be the best day of Diogo Portela's live league career so far. But to make it even better, a win against Stephen Burton would definitely be welcomed. But Stephen stands in his way now. Diogo's at the top with 2 matches remaining. So if he can win by a larger margin than Darryl Pilgrim, he will be top going into Friday. But there are no guarantees that that will be enough to give him the confidence to win tomorrow. There's still a long way to go.
First leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
And these two have played each other plenty of times before. In fact, 4 times. Q School, Challenge Tour, they are the 2 venues where they have
81.
come up against each other. The first 2 occasions, Diogo won them by 5 legs to 1 and 5 legs to 4. But their 2 previous meetings, just before this one,
60.
have both been this year. One was at Q School and one was at the Challenge Tour recently on the 22nd of January, and they were both won by Stephen Burton.
55.
Maybe they signify the kind of form that Stephen Burton is in, particularly that Challenge Tour 4 match that they had, which was won by Stephen by 5 legs to 3, because Stephen averaged 106.5 in that game.
140.
I hasten to say 106.5 in this game might be enough. I said might because yesterday we did have 108.7 from Martin Adams, which wasn't enough to beat Kevin Painter.
60.
In fact, Stephen is the only person today to lose to Kevin. Kevin finishes his campaign
105.
as does Graham Usher on 2 points. Painter will finish the table in 6th position going into Friday with 2 points and -9 as his leg difference. Usher, 2 points and
85.
-5.
Stephen, you require 120. 60.
Now Diogo's going to give himself a telling off here for leaving 165.
87.
He doesn't expect to come back for the 78 anyway. Double 10.
Game shot.
He was right.
Stephen
Nice
Burton.
conversion there for Stephen. 18 darts is good enough to hold his own throw in leg 1. So Diogo not having the darts here, is that a sign that maybe he's up against it?
Second leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
This is hard work for them today. 5
60.
matches of best of 7. And yesterday, Diogo was just getting himself in the groove. And at this point, not this exact point, because it was game 15 yesterday. This is game 14, of course. He put in what was then his live league personal best. Since then, he has bettered it.
57.
He's not just bettered it, he's obliterated it. He's got the best winning average of the week. 105.13 in beating Darryl Pilgrim with a 57% checkout ratio and a 150 checkout in that match on double 15. That was as good a performance
47.
as I have seen overall from Diogo in any live league match. And he has played not just this year, last year, but he did play in the first year from home as well. There's only one other game that really could rival that 105 average game from game 8. And that was the day he beat Martin Adams with 2 170 finishes.
100.
Yes, that happened. Some of these live league games
40.
you just never forget. I'll never forget the day that Aaron Monk beat me by 4 legs to 3. I'm sitting on double 16 after missing it twice for the match, and he takes it 141 with treble 17 tops
95.
in the bullseye. Naughty behaviour.
$95.
Now, does
Diogo,
Diogo
you
use the
require
17s here?
$142.
No. He obviously doesn't subscribe to that methodology.
60. Stephen, you require 121.
Stephen looking to double his lead on a 1-2-1. Double 14.
107.
As Diogo does a little bit of calisthenics in the background.
Diogo,
Or is it a
you
little bit of
require 82.
just loosening up? Is he dancing in a second? Oh, this is interesting. Stephen couldn't believe he went that route. And neither can I. Here's me thinking he's going for the double.
14.
So the single 18, he really has thrown me with that. Double 2.
Game shot on the second.
Oh, that is well thrown by
Stephen
Stephen Burton, because he now has a break in the bank at 2-0. I'm still swirling from the fact that Diogo went for double 18 for double 16.
Third leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Am I just not down with the kids? Is that what they do these days? People don't go for the treble on 68
57.
for double 7. People go for the double to leave double 16. Call me crazy, but I go for the single for the bull.
$100.
The situation in this group could be as follows if Burton does use this position well.
100.
He could go into Friday on 6 points, with Portela on 6 points, and either Pilgrim or Warburton will be on 6 points, but one of those will be on 8.
60.
It would look like a 4-horse race for 2 spots. Because we know that Painter and Usher are going to be 4 points behind the person in 4th position. Everything seems to be falling for Stephen Burton so far. Maybe not that dart. That one slipped out of his hand. It still found the 20. Charmed life. That turns out to be an immensely lucky single. Should go 25 here.
85. Stephen, you
That was a
require
mistake,
70.
in my opinion. Should have gone for the bullseye with the last dart. Double top for 3-0.
Game shot on the
Beautifully
third
done.
leg.
He's
Stephen
getting
Burton.
better as this game goes on, so he's looking to bookend his day with a great performance in the first game, and in his 5th game of the day, looking to have something similar.
Fourth leg, it's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
That game was a 4-1 victory against Mike Warburton, including the biggest finish of the day, a 154.
60.
Stephen Burton's game is all about rhythm and feel. It's not an action you would teach. This is an action you can teach. It's all about positions, getting anchor points for the elbow, and a set position before he throws the dart. But this is, look at it, it's just feel. It's, give me the dart in the hand, I'll throw it. He has been accused in the past by some of the commentating friends of mine that he's erratic. I kind of agree to a certain extent, but I mean that in the nicest sense.
60.
He does have the odd iffy game, but he has got a silly level in him. I've played Stephen a few times and he's very hard to beat. In fact, I find him one of the most frustrating players to play.
100.
Because he's just like Teflon. Nothing bothers him. Gets up, chuck 3 darts, get back, do it again.
60.
You can't ruffle him.
Diogo, you require 147.
90 left. Well, I don't know where that was going, if I'm honest.
123.
It was in between the double and the treble. It wasn't a good shot.
150.
It should be 3-1.
90.
But Diogo's got to
Diogo,
find
you require
his
24.
first double of this match. At double six. Got to hit it.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
fourth
good
leg.
shot.
Diogo Portela.
First hit from 4 attempts in this match, and if he has any hope of going into Friday's play with 8 points, he's got to find a few more legs like that.
Fifth leg, it's Stephen to throw first.
His average has come down considerably since his last game with Kevin Painter. In fact, it's come down by 12 points. It's all very easy for me to say that you want to be consistent throughout the day and you want to maybe average between 90 and 95.
83.
But you can have a dodgy game in there. I played the live league from home in 2020 and there were certain
100.
days where I started the day with, you know, big high 90s average and I think today's going to be good. And then by the end of the day you're exhausted. And your last performance is one that you don't want to write
98.
home about. I actually had my best live league performance against Scott Mitchell when I was injured. I just started flinging them.
131.
I just wanted to get through the game. But I still wanted to win, and I managed to average 106 somehow. Needs the max. Oh, wicked deflection. Wicked.
Stephen, you require 170.
Great darts from Stephen. He's been good at times today, but if you'd have offered him 6 points with a decent leg difference going into Friday, I'm sure he would have said, yeah, I'll take that because I'll make a move on Friday.
Stephen, you require
Let's see
65.
if he can finish on 6 points and +4. He's missed the single.
25.
Ooh, now.
Diogo, you require 88.
Interesting times ahead. Don't go double. Good single. Bullseye.
63.
Now Stephen gets his shot at tops for the match.
Stephen,
It's
you
been
require
a mid-80s
40.
average game. Oh, that could be awkward.
20.
It flattened out that dart. It covered the bed.
Diogo, you require 25.
3 darts missed for the match. And things could be changing. 2 fours.
17.
Just seems to have flattened
Stephen,
out
you require 20.
himself over the course of the last couple of legs. And Stephen Burton takes full advantage of those missed shots from Diogo. He goes into tomorrow's play with 6 points in the bank, the same as the Brazilian. I mentioned the averages. They came down a little bit towards the end of that match. But ultimately, Stephen Burton was a little bit better on the outer ring. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it will be the last match of the day. It's going to be Pilgrim up against Warburton. It's the final game of today's play in Group C for Thursday. We will have more from 9:30 in the morning for this group and more tonight from 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV. But let's get this one in the books, shall we? It's Warburton up against Pilgrim in match 15. Pilgrim is already at the top, but in order to stay there, he must win this match. It would be a cushy position to be in Friday morning at 8 points and possibly at the halfway point of getting his space
First
in
leg,
the
it's
finals
Mike
on
to throw
Saturday.
first. Game on.
But Warburton could top the table too. So effectively, this is a shootout to see who tops the table going into Friday. He hasn't done anything spectacular today, Warburton. He's just been typically Warby.
60.
Steady. Steady as he goes. Started with a rather flummoxing defeat to Stephen Burton, averaging 104. Yes, Mike averaged 104 in
80.
defeat. Then he got back on the horse by beating Diogo Portela with a really good performance, averaging 98.53. Then things got a bit peculiar as he beat Kevin Painter with a 75 average. That one puzzled me a little bit. And then a 4-0 win over Graham Usher with an 85 average, which leaves him where he stands right now.
140.
And as we're talking about Welsh dart players, I've just heard on social media that Gerwyn Price is going to be involved in some sort of charity boxing match. Okay, we'll let that story develop over the next few hours. I'd be really interested to see who his opponent is.
96. Mike, you require 161.
Well, Mike Warburton has checked pretty much every box in the Live League over the last couple of years. He's got a 170 check out. He hasn't got a 9 darter yet, though. He has got an average over 110 multiple times. One of them a losing average of 110. A 111 in there, 115 in there.
135.
But one of the things it's
Mike
missing
requires 64.
is him winning a phase in this room. That's not the end of the world. Now it's tops.
24.
Oh, he pushes the numbers. He's wondering what happened there.
Darryl, you require 50.
Bit too much gunpowder in the cannon. And Pilgrim's just been lurking here. Oh, no. He can't believe that's landed there. And neither can I.
34. Mike, you require 40.
So he dodges a bullet in leg number 1.
Game shot
Double
on the
10
first
is
leg.
good to
Mike
him.
Warburton.
You start to see patterns with certain players when you watch them as much as I do. And double 10 is one of his better doubles, Mike Warburton.
Second leg, it's Darryl to throw first. Game on.
I've been having a little dig into Darryl Pilgrim's career. He has played in a couple of UK Opens.
96.
He was at the infamous Beast from the East UK Open back in 2018. First round, he beat Ian Jopling, a fellow qualifier, who's got a great nickname, by the way. The Armed
81.
Force. Great darts nickname. Beat him by 6 legs to 2, and he found his way through to play someone on the tour, and he beat Hiet Nentjes by 6 legs to 4, which got him into the same area of the tournament that I was eliminated in. He lost to Steve West, but only by 10 legs to 9.
60.
Wow. If he'd have beat Westy, he would have had a game against Matthew Edgar in the last 32. And if he'd have got through that,
47.
he would have had a crack at Michael Smith. But Steve West made it all the way to the quarterfinals, where he lost out to Dave Pallett.
100.
These are the things that you just reminisce on when you've got the right database in front of you. And if there's one thing we're not short of these days, it's information. It's basically a currency these days,
91.
isn't it? Information. Got to stay straight here and dip his bread. What we mean by dipping your bread is getting in the treble like that. I don't know where that phrase originated, but it's very popular in many different parts of the UK. When you hear someone say dip your bread, it means
97.
Get something big.
Mike, you require 160.
He's already hit one of these this week. Hit it against Kevin Painter yesterday.
78. Darryl, you require 70.
Any single he chooses, whether it's 20 or 12.
54.
This time he's closer to the double 16.
Mike,
but
you
he may
require
still pay
82.
the price. Warburton looking for the centre button. Lovely single.
62.
Oh, just dipped at the end. And cost him
Darryl,
leg
you
2.
require 60.
You don't fancy Pilgrim's going to miss double 8.
Game shot on the second leg.
And he doesn't.
Darryl Pilgrim.
So we are level at 1-all in this shoot-off for the top spot going into Friday. Don't forget, there is more darts coming up tonight from 10
Third
p.m.
leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Speaking of which, just to whet your appetite, what we're going to do tonight is start with Scott Williams against Robert Owen.
180.
We get our first maximum of the match from Warburton. Or as George Clooney would say in a very famous bread advert, Mr. Warburton.
100.
Yeah, we're going to start with Scott Williams tonight against Robert Owen. Then Gary Robson against Sean Griffiths. And then Crocodile Dundee, Paul Hogan will join us. After that, he makes up the rest of that group. Only 5 players tonight, of course. And from 10 p.m, we will have 10 matches, taking us through to around 1:30 in the morning. So if you're unable to sleep, or if you're just a darts fanatic,
57.
or if you're tuning in from around the world and it's early morning or something, then you've got no excuse.
$105.
Good darts from Warburton here. Lovely leg. Has made a couple of questionable
96.
decisions when it comes to
Mike
approaching
requires
certain
76.
numbers this week so far, but maybe a little bit of ring rust. But nothing shabby about this leg whatsoever.
Game shot on the third
That's
leg.
an 11 darter and his
Warburton.
best leg of the entire week. Really good stuff, just when he wants it.
Fourth leg, it's Darryl to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, just looking at some of the legs that he has
66.
had this week, I do make that his best leg. He hasn't had another 11. So when he clicks,
180.
he clicks good. We've talked about some of those big averages he's had before. Is this the time of the week where we see the real Mike Warburton?
96. $140.
He's hitting that 60. Like he's throwing hedgehogs. And this is a big performance. Flick of the eyebrows from the man with plenty of hair to
180.
flick. It's probably not the best nickname for him. An homage right there to the old school show Allo Allo. Because that maximum
140.
didn't leave him a finish. I left him on that crazy number that every dart player hates, 159. But look at what Warburton's doing.
59.
He's left 76
Mike, you require
after
41.
9. Now he's left 41 after 9. He didn't make any effort on the 76. It was just easy.
9.
And he's going to have to dodge a 2-darter from Darryl now.
Darryl, you require 100.
85 remain. And he didn't really scare any part of it.
84. Mike, you require 32.
Double 16's been good to him.
Game shot
And
on
it
the
is again
fourth
for a
leg.
3-1 lead.
Warburton.
So, +3 is his leg difference. And soon, his points total might be 8. If he wins the next leg, it will be 8
Fifth
points
leg,
and
it's Mike to
+6
throw
going into
first.
Friday.
Game on.
This will also be the first game of tomorrow's
43.
play. So by beating one of your closer rivals in the group, you're not only getting more points than them,
60.
you're taking legs away from their leg difference as well. The bigger the swing, the better it is for you. That's his perfect dart.
140.
Boy, is he a good technician. This is turning out to be a really good statistical performance. 2 180s, 6 140 pluses.
58.
The doubles, there's a few misses in there. He's missed 5. But he's only afforded Darryl 4 shots at a double in the match, of which he's only hit the 1. Glorious. A third 180. Is it just a matter of time before he banks a ton plus winning average today, as opposed to that 104.19, which was a losing ton
Mike
plus average in game number 1. What a performance.
98.
I don't think he's going to beat Diogo's best performance of the week of 105.13, but that doesn't matter.
58. Mike, you require 40.
This is going to be his best performance of the week.
Game,
You
shots,
bet it is.
and the match.
Stunning
By
performance
Warburton.
at the end for Warburton, who gets a huge confidence boost going into Friday. 103.54. Pilgrim had nothing to do in his locker to answer that. That was just really, really imposing, I would have to say, on the treble 20. Stunning, stunning stuff. So that's our session for Group C over with. You can see Warburton's at the top on 8 points. I said he was favourite a little bit earlier. He's proven me right. Stephen Burton, Diogo Portela and Darryl Pilgrim in with a shout tomorrow. You fancy that Usher and Painter may be out of it unless they have a perfect day. But you'll see what happens with that group from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. As for darts today, after the Premier League is finished tonight, why don't you join us from 10 p.m. and see what happens in Group B? Scott Williams is back tonight, wearing his yellow and black, I'm sure. Robert Owen's there, Robbo's there, Griff's there, Paul Hogan's there. Join us from 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV and YouTube around the world. We'll look forward to seeing you tonight at 10 p.m. This is The Asset signing out for now. Take it easy.